Chapter 12:57. Iphicrates looked in the direction he was pointing, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. He must have arrived in Thurii yesterday, that's why we didn't see him in the hotel. Speaking of which, he is quite pitiful. His son, who was seriously injured in the Greek war, died of illness last year. The Sparta people are all brawn and no brains. In the new Sparta government, they are no match for the cunning Pariasis and the Hercules who have the support of Massiria and Arcadia. Some of the Hercules of Sparta had migrated to the Tygia territory belonging to Mandinia, so they have a good relationship with Mandinia, the leader of Arcadia. That's why he still insists on attending the new Sparta parliament even though he's almost 80 years old. If it weren't for his constant travel, we would have almost forgotten about the Sparta people. Callistratus sighed. What a respectable old man. Agesilaus did not know that two acquaintances were talking about him behind his back. The reason he only arrived yesterday was because he was sick. As soon as he recovered, he ignored the doctor's advice and rushed to Thurii. How could he give up such a good opportunity to meet the king of Devers and fight for some benefits for the Sparta people? It was also to fulfill his long-cherished wish to visit Dionia, which he had been trying to deal with for decades, before he died. It was already dusk when the passenger ship arrived at the port of Thurii yesterday. Exhausted, Agesilaus boarded the carriage sent by the Thurii City Hall to the port to pick up the VIPs. He fell asleep the moment he got on the carriage and did not enjoy the scenery of the city of Thurii. Early this morning, when he was brought into the main arena of Hades by the guide, even though he had seen many grand scenes in his life, he was still shocked by the huge building. When he looked up, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He could only see the small circular sky above the tall building, but the boiling sound of the audience that was gradually filling up made him feel insignificant. He had participated in all 4 major sports in Greece, and he had even led troops to interfere in the holding of sports several times. However, this was the first time he had seen such a grand competition venue. While he was seriously looking at this special venue, a voice came from beside him. Agesilaus, it's nice to meet you. Agesilaus turned around and saw the current military commander of Pyotia, Peropidas. The person standing beside him was also an acquaintance that left a deep impression on Agesilaus, Epaminondas. Peropidas was smiling. Although Epaminondas looked calm, he nodded to greet Agesilaus. Agesilaus' face twitched a few times. With a sullen face, he said coldly, "I'm not happy to see you." After that, he turned around and ignored the two of them. Agesilaus' reaction was not surprising. For the past few years, he had been regretting that Sparta should not have started the war with the Thebes. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a terrible situation today. Moreover, the two Thebes who led the Thebes to fight against Sparta for many years and even defeated the Sparta army in the Battle of Leuctra were the two Thebes in front of him. How could he be nice to them? Agesilaus' response made Peropidas feel slightly awkward. He laughed at himself and shrugged at Epaminondas. He deliberately said loudly, "I didn't expect him to still hold a grudge against the past now that we are in the same alliance. Comparing the current situation of the Thebes and Sparta, it would be strange if he could accept it," Epaminondas said softly. Before the war with the Thebes, Sparta was the overlord of Greece. There were garrisons in many cities in central Greece, including the Thebes. When the government officials of the Thebes met the general of the Sparta garrisons, they would bow and scrape like slaves to their masters, let alone the ordinary people, who knew that after more than 20 years, the real Sparta had fallen to the point of extinction, while the Thebes, with the strong support of Dionia, not only completely unified the entire Pyotia region, but also vigorously developed Oropus and the port at Corinth Bay, promoting the maritime trade with Dionia, which greatly improved the shortcomings of the Pyotia region, making it the second largest power in the Greek alliance. The first was the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After Athens dissolved the maritime alliance and lost the vassal states, it fell behind the Piotia alliance in terms of land area and number of citizens. However, the number of population and the degree of development of commerce were still higher than that of Piotia. However, because the Thebes had a closer relationship with Dionia, most of the Greek people believed that Piotia was stronger than Athens. This greatly increased the power of the Thebes in the alliance, and also caused the status of the Thebes in Greece to rise rapidly. Now, the positions of Sparta and Thebes were completely reversed. Indeed. Peropidas laughed heartily. Agesilaus, who was sitting in the front row, heard the laughter and found it harsh, but he could only pretend that he did not hear it. "Sit down, don't block the audience at the back," Epaminondas reminded Agesilaus. He felt that it was completely unnecessary for his good friend to take revenge on Agesilaus. Since the establishment of the new Hellenic alliance and the Thebes unified the Piotia region, he had voluntarily resigned from all his posts. If it wasn't for the invitation letter from Dionia to the Piotia alliance that specifically requested Epaminondas to attend, he would probably still be living in seclusion at home. After Peropidas sat down, he looked around with interest and said excitedly, "In the invitation letter that Dionia gave us, they will hold a different sports event. I think this arena is very different. At least, the Greek city-states, including us, Thebes, are not capable of building it." "Yes." Epaminondas also sighed. "Do you remember when we were young and watched the sports event in Corinth, only to see the Dionia contestants being expelled? At that time, who would have thought that the Dionia that was humiliated by the audience would become the hegemon of Greece after only 20 years? They even invited all the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean to participate in their sports event." "Now that you mentioned it, I remember," Peropidas said half-jokingly. "I heard that even after Dionia became the leader of the Hellenic alliance, the foreign athletes from Dionia who participated in various sports events were still discriminated against by the Greek people. Therefore, King Dionia organized this sports event in a fit of anger, allowing all the races in the Mediterranean to participate. This is the magnanimity of a great country. Unlike our Greek city-states who are stubborn, conservative, and petty." "Does the Greek city-states that you mentioned include us, Thebes, and the Piotia alliance?" Epaminondas asked calmly. Peropidas did not respond. He pointed to a spot not far away and said gloatingly, "Look, General Cleonion of Corinth is over there. I'm wondering what kind of mood he will be in when he sits in this arena. Is he worried that the Dionia sports event will surpass the Corinth sports event and become the most popular sports event in Greece? Not only Corinth, I think Elis and Delphi will be worried too. Look, aren't there messengers sitting there?" A voice came from beside them. Epaminondas immediately stood up. "Good morning, Lycomedes." "Good morning, Peropidas, Epaminondas. It's a pleasure to sit with you." Lycomedes waved the ticket in his hand and pointed to the serial number on the stone bench. He said with a sigh, "What amazed me the most when I came to Thurii was not the size and prosperity of this city, but the fact that there are so many people here, yet they are managed in such an orderly manner. Now, it seems that it's because the officials of Dionia are very serious and meticulous in governing the country. Think about it, even the entrances of the arena, each entrance has a number corresponding to the number written on the ticket, the stone stairs, there are wooden railings on the sides of the stairs to prevent them from falling, and the seats are carefully designed so that there will be no chaos when so many spectators enter the arena. This shows that their meticulous management has penetrated into every aspect of the people's lives. Yes, think about all the previous sports events where there were no conflicts because of spectators fighting for seat. As the motherland, we should not only feel ashamed, but we should also learn from Dionia with humility." Peropidas said seriously, then politely made an inviting gesture. "Lycomedes, please take a seat." After the Greek War, the Greek city-states did not benefit the most from the Thebes, but Mandinia. Not only did they obtain the fertile land of Tegea, but they also established the Arcadia Union with Mandinia as the main body with the strong support of Dionia, becoming a major force in Greece. Peropidas once said to Epaminondas in private in envy, "In order to establish the Piotia Union, we, the Thebes, fought hard with Sparta for many years and sacrificed so many people." Mandinia, on the other hand, was only lucky enough to follow Dionia in the Greek war, and finally achieved this goal easily. Apollo is really biased. However, Peropidas, who was lively and cheerful on the outside but very proud on the inside, showed sincere respect for Lycomedes, because not only did Lycomedes propose the establishment of the Arcadia Union for the first time, but he had also worked tirelessly for many years, and because of this, he served as the chairman of the Arcadia Union for 5 consecutive years. The highest position in the Arcadia Union Parliament could only be held by a Mandinian. I just heard that Dionia is going to hold a different sports event. Chapter 1258. After Lycomedes sat down, he said with a sigh, "It's really quite different." On the first day of the games held in Greece, the athletes and spectators would gather in front of the temple and pray to the gods with the priest. Then, the athletes would stand in front of the altar, and under the guidance of the priests, they would swear in the name of the gods. But now we're sitting in the arena, waiting for the games to begin. Yes, that's what I'm confused about. Peropidas asked curiously, "Lycomedes, do you know what the people of Dionia will do next? I met the chief general of Myrcenia, Tisias, on the way here, and asked him the same question. If he doesn't know, how would I know?" Lycomedes said with a smile, "It's good that you don't know. This way, whatever Dionia does next will be a surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena suddenly boiled over with cheers and shouts. The two people who were talking still did not know what was going on. Epaminondas, who had been silently observing the surroundings, said loudly in their ears, "The king of Devers has arrived." The spectators' stand for the royal family was not far to their right. It was a 20-meter-long, 5-meter-high marble platform with gold-inlaid iron poles. Above it was a blue and white drapery, and it was surrounded by majestic palace guards. At this moment, the Devers brought the 2 concubines, Christoia and Agnes, as well as all the children to the viewing platform. The sharp-eyed citizens of Dionia immediately noticed this situation, and they all cheered and saluted their beloved king and concubine. The Devers, who wore a golden crown and black libelton embroidered with gold and silver, smiled and raised their right hands, waving them gently to salute the audience. The cheers in the arena became even more enthusiastic. Suddenly, the audience opposite the royal viewing platform stood up, raised their arms above their heads, and then sat down again. Soon after, the audience on their right did the same. Human wave. Human wave. I want to play too. The second son of Crotocatax, the 6-year-old Cremedes, ran forward excitedly, but was quickly pulled back by Christoia, who said softly, "Don't rush, let's play together later." Sure enough, when the human wave reached the royal viewing platform, the Devers and their families all raised their hands, stood up from the soft couch, and then sat down again. Although there were members of the royal family personally participating, there were many non-Dionia spectators, so the human wave became intermittent. The Dionia spectators continued patiently. The second round, the third round. Finally, all the spectators were roused, and the entire viewing platform rose and fell like rolling waves. It was a spectacular scene. When the human wave was over, Peropidas still wanted to continue. He said repeatedly, "Not bad. This is a good surprise." While the VIPs in the audience were discussing the human wave, the Devers had already sat down on the couch, and said to Christoia with a smile, "From the situation of the human wave just now, at least 2/3 of the spectators are not from Dionia. It seems that the Thurii City Hall has seriously implemented the decision of the royal palace." Christoia rolled her eyes at him. "It's not just the City Hall, the Chamber of Commerce has also contributed a lot. Don't be anxious, I'm not finished yet, I'll give you a lot of praise." The Devers's face was drooling, and he reached out to touch Kristoya's hand, but she slapped him hard and warned, "This is a public place, don't mess around, it won't be good if the people see." The Devers said righteously, "What's wrong with that? To show the people our love, is to remind them to respect their own marriages, and love their wives. Don't you think so, Agnes?" As he said this, he took the opportunity to hold Agnes's hand. Agnes smiled slightly, but she struggled with all her strength, but she couldn't break free, and could only let her husband touch her. Eunice, who was sitting in the back, made a face as she whispered to her siblings, "Father is really thick-skinned." "Eunice, what are you talking about?" The Devers didn't turn around, but shouted as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Nothing, I was just telling sister-in-law that the human wave just now was very fun." Eunice hurriedly winked at Dido, who was next to her. "Isn't that right, sister-in-law?" Dido held back his laughter. "Yes. You're lying through your teeth, your daughter is like you." Kristoya laughed and scolded. The Devers coughed a few times. "If my daughter doesn't look like me, who else would she look like?" "Eunice, I'll give you a task. Go tell the people in front that the opening ceremony can begin. Don't let the audience wait too long." "This kind of occasion should be announced by Big Brother," Eunice said hesitantly. However, Clodo Catax understood the Devers' intentions and said with a smile, "Eunice, you're the most popular member of the royal family in this arena. If you don't go, who else will? Moreover, your appearance will be a great encouragement to the women who are not from Dionia, who are sitting in the audience for the first time." Hearing this, Eunice stood up and said mischievously, "Father, then I'll go. Don't be jealous that I'm more popular than you when the time comes. Cheeky, hurry up and go." The Devers looked impatient, but he couldn't help but tease, "Erex, what's wrong with you? Didn't you discipline your wife properly?" Before Erex could reply, Eunice's almond-shaped eyes widened. How dare he? Avia finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eunice gracefully walked out of the curtain and walked to the front of the royal stand, and as expected, there were even more enthusiastic cheers around. In the main arena of Hades, Eunice was more popular than the King Devers, and this was not an empty statement. As a member of the royal family, Eunice, who loved sports, would come to this arena to watch rugby and soccer matches whenever she was free, cheering for the players with the audience. In addition, Kristoya's Chamber of Commerce had once taken the lead in donating money to the reconstruction of Hades' main arena in her name. She had also taken the place of Divers and Clodocatax, who were too busy to leave, to present awards to the champion rugby and soccer teams. Therefore, many spectators and players called her the goddess of the arena. Among the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, there were indeed a few women from the native Greek city-states. More than half of them were the wives of ordinary commoners. Because of their family circumstances, they had to work hard in the market to buy and sell goods or farm. Therefore, their status and power at home were much higher than that of the women from noble families. However, even so, they couldn't go to the various sports venues to watch the exciting games, and the games of Dionia gave them this opportunity. Therefore, they came with trepidation, and the eye-catching princess of Dionia standing in the royal stand was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to them. There were also a few young Greek girls in the audience. As businessmen, their fathers brought them here to watch the games. Their purpose was to hook up with a rich husband and provide assistance to their future business development in the kingdom of Dionia. When these young girls first sat in the audience, they were very reserved, lowering their heads and not daring to look around. However, when they saw the women of Dionia shouting and shouting, they gradually let go of themselves. On the side of the royal stand, there was a lower platform, on which sat the 5 hosts of the arena. After receiving the order from Eunice, they immediately raised a red flag and waved it in the air. When the spectators of Dionia saw this, not only did they stop their clamor, they also persuaded the audience next to them to keep quiet. After the entire arena quietened down a little, the 5 hosts picked up their copper-wrapped microphones and spoke in unison with the loud voices and tacit understanding that they had honed from hosting competitions for many years. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hades main arena. By the order of the great king of Devers, we announce the official start of the games of Dionia. First of all, let's welcome the band. As the voice of the host sounded, the gate leading to the entrance of the arena opened. Nearly 100 musicians with various musical instruments lined up neatly and entered the arena. They marched along the edge of the track, playing the March of the Armies as they marched. Their entrance was immediately met with warm applause from the audience. Among them, the citizens of Dionia even clapped and hummed along with the familiar melody. The entire arena became lively again. Just as the band entered the arena, the king's stand also welcomed 2 distinguished guests, Plato and Xenophon. Since the surrender of Athens and the end of the Greek War, Plato refused the invitation of the Devers to stay and returned to Athens to continue managing his Academy of Academy. Not only was he no longer reprimanded by the people of Athens, but the General Executive Committee also consulted him from time to time about the kingdom of Dionia. He also occasionally wrote to the Devers to discuss political issues and had always kept in touch with the Devers. After the conquest of Sparta, the Devers wrote several letters to invite Xenophon to teach at the Academy of Arts of Dionia, but he refused on the grounds that he was working hard on his writing and did not want to be disturbed, and had been living in seclusion in Peloponnesus. This time, the Devers invited them in the name of the games, and the 2 of them gladly came. The reason was very simple. The 2 of them were not only sports enthusiasts but also participants. Plato was a good wrestler when he was young, and Xenophon was good at running when he was young. Later, after settling in Peloponnesus because it was very close to the Olympia Games were always held, and he also participated in horse racing. In fact, in this era, Greece advocated strength and beauty, so Greek celebrities liked sport. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable they were, if they were weak, they would be despised by the people. Chapter 1259. The 2 of them were moved by what the Devers had said in the letter that they would hold a grand and unique sports meet, so they came. In order to show their respect for the 2 of them, the Devers invited them to the stands reserved for the royal family. As soon as they came in, they were attracted by the band that had entered the arena. "What's the name of this music? It sounds like a good melody." Xenophon, like many of the Dionia's allies, was moved by the light and powerful melody and asked curiously. Before the Devers could answer, Plato took over the conversation. "The Marching March. This is the song that the Dionysian army must play on the march. It was composed by the king of the Devers." Xenophon was surprised. "I didn't expect the Devers to be so talented in this area." When Xenophon spoke to the Devers in private, he was still used to using the common title he used in Persia, and the Devers never minded. At this moment, he said humbly, "These are all inspirations from the great Hades, and it is the credit of the royal musicians that they were finally completed. The music is very nice. But to be able to gather so many different instruments and musicians together, and play such a harmonious and beautiful melody instead of creating chaotic and noisy sounds, how did they do it?" Xenophon was not the only one who was surprised. Almost all the Greek people in the audience were surprised. Traditional Greek music was mostly played by a single instrument, and occasionally there was an ensemble, but it was performed by a few instruments and a few musicians. Such a large band and so many instruments, some of which were from other races that the Greeks did not know, played together was completely beyond their understanding of music. They were all curious. How did the Dionia people control such a large band and make it produce a grand, thick, and layered melody? "Do you know Philoxenus?" Plato asked Xenophon. "Of course I do. He used to be the music poet of Syracuse." Xenophon hesitated and did not continue. Philoxenus was quite creative in the format and melody of musical poems, so he was quite famous in Greece. He had even published poems in the Greek sports meet. After he joined the Dionia, he made a greater breakthrough in musical poems. However, because some of his poems praised Hades and the king of the Devers, he was once publicly condemned by the priests of several holy lands and was not well received by the higher-ups of the Greek city-states. However, many Greek scholars privately collected his poems and carefully experienced his improvements in the format and rhythm of musical poems. Philoxenus is a teacher in the Faculty of Arts of the Dionia Academy. In addition to teaching students how to write poems, he also studies how to make different instruments play a harmonious melody together. I have seen him organize students to play music with my own eyes, just like this. Look, the old man standing at the front of the band is Philoxenus. The reason why Plato was so familiar with Philoxenus was that after he was expelled by the people of Athens during the Greek War, he took his students to Thurii and accepted the invitation of the Devers to become a teacher in the Dionia Academy for a short period of time. In addition to teaching, he also seriously visited other teachers and students to study the operating mechanism of the entire academy, hoping to learn from them to improve the teaching of the Dionia Academy. At this time, the band had already circled the arena and entered the center of the arena near the royal stand. They lined up, but the music continued. So that's how it is. Although Xenophon also had a collection of Philoxenus's poems, he had never seen him in person. He stared at the old man in front of the band who kept pointing at them with a wooden stick and said with sudden realization, "To make such a huge band play a harmonious melody, we need a commander, just like the commander of an army, who is responsible for arranging the formation of the troops and arranging who attacks first and who attacks later. Only in this way can the strength of the soldiers be fully exerted and win." Xenophon was indeed a scholar who wrote on cavalry and was proficient in both literature and martial arts. He used war as a metaphor. However, it was not so easy to be the conductor of the band. Philoxenus had only achieved a small success after years of research. However, the Devers were not going to give any more explanation to dampen Xenophon's mood. Although the Olympia did not send a priest to participate in the training and selection of the referees of the Dionia Games, the Olympia accepted the invitation and sent a priest as a representative to watch the games because Dionia had promised that the games would not be dedicated to Hades. The Olympia's priest, Perseus, sat in the VIP seats with a critical and cautious attitude. When the other VIPs were amazed by the grandeur and liveliness of the main arena of Hades and moved by the performance of the band, he sneered at it. The games were the Greeks' respect for the gods and their love for sport. These sensationalist things were useless. At this time, he heard the host shout, "Next, let's invite the referees of this games into the arena." He immediately perked up. The band's performance also changed from the marching march to the hymn to Hades. Along with the quiet and solemn melody, more than 200 priests in white robes entered the arena in a loose column. The one walking at the front was a young man from Tulii school. He had a solemn expression on his face as he held up a wooden plate engraved with the words "Referee Group." Behind the teenager was an old priest with a smile. When he looked at the audience, the Dionia audience in the arena suddenly became excited. "It's High Priest Chaldus." 10 years ago, Chaldus was transferred back to the Thurii region as the priest in charge because of his outstanding performance in preaching in Rome. In recent years, because of his old age and lack of energy, Plazinas handed over all the affairs of the Temple of Hades in the Thurii region to him. Plazinas also recommended him as his successor. With the consent of the Devers, he would be promoted to a scepter priest at the end of the year. At this time, as the chief judge of the entire referees, he walked in front of the team. As the referees marched forward, the Dionia audience loudly sang the hymn of the various gods, because more and more priests were recognized by the audience outside the arena. The Greek audience was surprised that there were many priests who were obviously different from the Greeks among the referees. Through the hymn of the nearby Dionia audience, they learned that some of these foreigners came from the Temple of Hades, and some from other foreign temples, such as the Temple of Savone in Samari, the Temple of Mahala in Brudi, the Temple of Balaman in Carthage, the Temple of Diana in Rome, although the Olympia had received a notice from the Dionia about the formation of the referees. At this moment, when Persia saw so many priests of different gods and races walking quietly and obediently in the same team, he could not help but gasp in his heart. He suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness of being isolated. Was it only the Olympia and the Delphi priests who did not participate? At this moment, he suddenly heard a Dionia elder next to him say in surprise, "That young man holding the sign seems to be the grandson of His Majesty the Devers, Christode? No, it doesn't seem to be him, he is. My youngest son is his classmate." This time, he was not selected to participate in the opening ceremony of the sports meet. He even cried when he got home. The heated discussion among the Dionia officials in the VIP seats naturally attracted the attention of the messengers from the Greek city-states. After Dionia became the overlord of the Greek world, they certainly had a detailed understanding of the royal family of Dionia. Hades Christode, the grandson of the king of Dionia Devers and the son of Crown Prince Clodocatak. According to the primogeniture system of the royal family of Dionia, he was likely to be the next king. In the early days of the establishment of Dionia, when the royal family of Cynthia and Clodocatax studied in the inner-city school of Turin, the school was located at the easternmost part of the Crati River Delta, next to the Academy of Dionia. The population of Turin was not large at that time. The children of the citizens of the inner city and the outer city all studied in the inner city school of Turin. Therefore, most of the Turin people knew the royal family. When Christode was in school, due to the expansion of the population of Turin and the complete establishment of the royal family's prestige, not only was it difficult for the children of the outer city of Turin to enter the inner city school, but Christode was also protected by the palace guards when he went to school. Therefore, it was normal that most of the audience in Dionia did not know him when he first entered the stadium. When his identity was exposed and the eyes of thousands of people were focused on him, the young Christode inevitably felt nervous. Fortunately, Chalcidas behind him comforted him gently. "Child, don't be afraid. The audience did not mean any harm. On the contrary, they were happy that the royal family of Hades had a successor. Listen, they are cheering for you. You should give them a smile and thank them." Christode's personality was more like his father's. In addition, his grandmother had taught him carefully since he was very young, so he was very particular when it came to treating people. Therefore, even though he was still a little nervous, he still held the wooden sign tightly and turned his head to the audience and forced a smile. The cheers of the audience became louder. Soon, he walked to the front of the grandstand reserved for the royal family. He could clearly see his family standing in front of the railing at the front of the grandstand. His kind grandparents, gentle father, strict mother, gentle aunt, Cynthia, relatively unsociable second uncle, Apox, childish uncle, beautiful aunt. They were all waving at him and smiling at him. Chapter 1260. Christide's second brother, Crimda, grabbed the railing with both hands and shouted excitedly. His lively second aunt, Eunice, even waved her fist and kept shouting, "Good job, Crimda. You're such a brave boy." Christide smiled. This time, his smile came from the bottom of his heart. This smile also took away the tension in his heart. He held his head high, chest out, and led the referees around the field, then stood in the center of the field. Just now, all the audience was curious about why the referees were pushing a wooden cart at the back of the field. On the wooden cart, there was a large bronze basin supported by a golden copper pillar. Now the answer was revealed. The priests pushing the cart pushed the wooden cart to the center of the field, quickly dismantled it, and reassembled it into a small wooden platform. The bronze basin was placed on the wooden platform, which looked like a simple altar. At this time, the host's podium flashed a red flag again, and the audience gradually returned to silence. Now, let's welcome the athletes' delegations of the various regions of the kingdom and the participating city-states." With the host's excited shout, the band immediately played the Victory March. The cheerful and joyful melody sounded in the field. The audience was refreshed, and they all raised their heads to look at the entrance of the field. The athletes who had been waiting outside the main arena for a long time finally entered the field under the command of the Dionia soldiers. Through the entrance of the band and the referees, the audience had begun to adapt to the novel opening ceremony of the Dionia Games. They began to excitedly guess who would be the first athlete to enter the field, and some even made bet. The answer in many people's minds was the Turii region of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, because it was the center of this powerful kingdom in the western Mediterranean, and it was also the host of the games. It deserved to be the first sheep. But when the Turii youth walked into the field first, holding a wooden sign, and the audience could see the words on the wooden sign, they were all surprised. Arcadia Union? Why the Arcadia Union? Only some of the VIPs near the grandstand of the royal family could barely hear the host's voice through the noise. In order to demonstrate the principle of equality and justice, advocated by the great god Hades in this sports meeting, the wise His Majesty Divers has proposed to the organizing team of the games to arrange the entry order of each sports delegation according to the order of the Greek letters of the names of the participating regions and city-states. The representatives of the Greek city-states suddenly realized that Dionia had actually implemented their promise in the invitation letter that all participating city-states, regardless of their size, will be treated equally. This made them more or less move. Lycomedes, who was talking to Peripatus in a low voice, immediately jumped to his feet when he learned that the athletes of the Arcadia Union were entering the field. Completely disregarding his noble status in the Arcadia Union, he waved his arms at the athletes like the other spectators from the Arcadia Union, shouting and cheering for them. The city-states of the Arcadia Union did not have a large population and were not very strong. However, they were all Greek city-states with a long history, and they were very close to the four traditional games. Influenced by them, they had always been good at traditional sports. Coupled with the close relationship between Mandinia and Dionia, under the strong promotion of Lycomedes, the Arcadia Union had sent more than 50 athletes to participate in other competitive events besides swimming, horse racing, car racing, and archery. As soon as the athletes of the Arcadia Union entered the field, they were immediately shrouded in deafening cheers, which really shocked them. These athletes had participated in at least one games, but they had never seen such a large audience or such a glorious field. The cheers were like muffled thunder, rolling and echoing in the circular space. It not only shocked them, but also ignited their blood. The gloominess of waiting outside the arena was quickly forgotten. They also warmly waved to the audience, forming a good interaction inside and outside the arena, which made the atmosphere even more lively. When the Arcadia Union delegation approached the stand reserved for the royal family, the Devers and their family members still had not returned to their seats. There was another person beside the railing, and that was Edu, the wife of the late Adoris. They smiled and waved at the young man who was holding the wooden sign, and cheered him on loudly. The young man did not stop and continued to move forward, but his eyes were a little moist. The young man, who looked to be 2 years older than Christos, was called Enon, and he was Adoris' only son. After Adoris died in the battle, both Clotocatax and the Devers felt guilty, so they took extra care of Edu and her son. When the Arcadia Union delegation walked past the royal family's stand, the second team entered the arena. The word Argos was clearly engraved on the wooden sign, which made the VIPs of the league completely believe what the host said. Dionia did arrange the entry of the sports teams according to the alphabetical order, and there was no bias. Argos was not in a good situation now. In the past, it had been working hard to bring the fertile Argos triangle plain in the northeast corner of Peloponnesus into its territory to fight against the powerful Sparta. However, several city-states in this area, such as Mycenae and Tyrenes, were secretly supported by Sparta, and they had always had conflicts of interest with it. Even Creona, which was under its control, the host of the Nemean Games, wanted to be independent from time to time. After the Greek War, Argos surrendered in time and made some contributions during the siege of Athens. After many requests, it finally received the support of Dionia, and the unification of the Argos Plain was completed. It was known as the Argos Plain Union. However, Argos was an oligarchy, similar to Sparta, and it lacked excellent political leaders like Peropidas and Lycomedes. In the past few years, the integration of the entire plain had been carried out in a simple and crude manner, which caused dissatisfaction among the other city-states in the area, and conflicts broke out. Therefore, this time, Argos actively responded to Dionia's invitation and sent a team of more than 40 athletes, hoping to get the support of Dionia when they discussed the conflict in the Argos Triangle Plain in the upcoming meeting of the Greek Union. Although there were only a few Argos spectators in the arena, the passionate Dionia audience cheered for the athletes of the Argos Alliance like they did for the Arcadia delegation. However, the formation of the Argos Alliance was a little strange. The athletes of Argos with more people gathered together and walked in front, while the athletes of the Argos Alliance with fewer people gathered together and walked behind. There was quite a distance between the two groups, and anyone could tell what was going on. Plato, who knew the inside story, asked directly, "How does Dionia plan to deal with the conflict in the Argos Plain?" This will be an important topic in the meeting of the Greek Union at the beginning of next month. When the time comes, we will gather all the main councillors of the city-states in the Argos Plain for a discussion. Not only will we listen to the opinions of Argos, but we will also listen to the reasonable demands of the other city-states. The Devers looked solemn and said implicitly, "We will strive to come up with a plan that is acceptable to all parties, and resolve this conflict peacefully." The people of Argos are similar to the people of Sparta. They are conservative and stubborn, and have a long and deep-rooted tradition of dominating the Argos Plain. "I'm afraid they won't give in easily," Plato reminded. Originally, Argos wasn't strong enough. Although there were some small battles with the other city-states in the Argos Plain, they could still maintain peace. Now that Argos has received strong support from Dionia, it has intensified the conflict in the region, causing the current tense situation. Dionia should be largely responsible for this. Xenophon criticized bluntly. "It's just some conflicts, not a war. The situation is much better than before, when there were frequent battles." "How can you say that it has intensified the conflict?" Plato defended Dionia. "That's just because the Greek Union has decreed that city-states that start a war will be severely punished, so they have been restraining themselves," Xenophon retorted. "Isn't this all thanks to Dionia? It's because of Dionia's establishment and leadership of the Greek Union that the Greek mainland has been peaceful for a long time. I'm not denying Dionia's achievements in this regard. I just think that Dionia's handling of the problem of Argos and the other city-states in the Argos Plain is a little inappropriate. You have to know that Argos did provide some help when Dionia pacified the Greek mainland. Since Dionia could help Mandinia and the Thebes integrate their respective regions, it's understandable that they supported Argos. After all, Mycenae and the other city-states didn't provide any help to Dionia throughout the entire Greek War. But it turns out that Dionia made the wrong choice back then. You can't deny the rationality of the original decision just because the result is wrong. Besides, it's not a bad thing to make mistakes. Dionia can use this to make improvements. But I think that in the current situation, Argos still adopts the same oligarchic system as the old Sparta, and it's almost impossible for them to lead the other city-states on the Argos Plain. The old Sparta was not an oligarchic system at all. On the contrary, it was a hybrid system of monarchy and democracy that had more classical traditional virtues than the other Greek city-states. This is the first time I've heard this, but I don't agree. First, let's see, is Sparta a monarchy? Chapter 1261. Alright, both of you, please pause the discussion. I assure you that Dionia will do its utmost to resolve the conflict in the Argos Plains. Any individual or city-state that obstructs or tries to sabotage the peace process will be severely punished. Dive said solemnly, I assure you that Dionia will do its utmost to resolve the conflict in the Argos Plains. The Devers paused and continued, now is not the time to discuss political affairs. Let's continue to watch the opening ceremony of the sports meeting. Look, the third delegation has entered the stadium. Plato and Xenophon looked at each other calmly and did not speak again. They both turned their attention to the field. Although both of them were students of Socrates and citizens of Athens, they had both written articles about Socrates, reminiscing and promoting some of Socrates' ideas. During their studies in Athens, they had a good relationship. However, with their different experiences, their ideas and pursuits were very different. Coupled with the fact that they had not seen each other for decades, there was now a considerable distance between them. At this moment, the Devers felt a little regretful. It seemed that they should not have invited both of them at the same time. The third delegation that entered the stadium held up a wooden sign that clearly read, "The Holy Kingdom of Dionia, Africa region." Some of the spectators who came from northern Italy and rarely went out might be confused. When did the kingdom have another region? In fact, this region was only established last year. There were many Phoenician city-states along the coast of the Africa continent. They were originally transfer stations established by the East Phoenicians when they exploited the commercial resources of the western Mediterranean. Their original intention was not to colonize. It was not until the rise of Carthage that these transfer stations gradually developed into towns. However, due to their original economic base, they were extremely dependent on Carthage's support. However, when Dionia defeated Carthage and took away several important commercial resources of Carthage, most of the Phoenician city-states had to turn to the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, which was more powerful and had a wider market. As time went on, the trade links between Phoenicia and Dionia became closer. With the prosperity of the former Phoenician city-state, Hadrumetum, as an example, some Phoenician city-states began to ask to join the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After the Greek War ended, Dionia's strength grew by the day. Those with a discerning eye even believed that it would not be too much of a problem for Dionia to dominate the entire Mediterranean Sea. Under such circumstances, other than Phoenicia, Utica, and a few other major city-states that were still barely holding on, the other Phoenician city-states on the Afrikaans began to request to join Dionia. Therefore, under the instructions of the Devers, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had one more region, Africa region, with Hadrumetum as its center for the time being. More than half of the athletes of the African delegation who appeared in the arena were Phoenicians. They had long heard of the Greek games, but it was their first time participating. Therefore, they were very excited about the novelty and were particularly active when marching on the track. Carthage's Sophie Ocraton attended the opening ceremony. Sitting in the VIP seat and watching the scene in the arena, he had mixed feelings. Since Carthage became a subsidiary of Dionia, its trade had not declined but had become more prosperous. After all, Dionia had provided it with a wider market. However, Carthage's agriculture was shrinking rapidly. One of the important reasons for this was that Carthage had lost the inland land of Namibia that it originally occupied, and Dionia could provide it with sufficient food at a more reasonable price. This caused most of the people of Carthage to be involved in trade activities. It was no longer possible for Carthage to survive independently from Dionia. Influenced by the nearby towns, in recent years, there were also people in the city of Carthage who called for full integration into the Holy Kingdom of Dionia like the other Phoenician city-states. The Senate headed by him and the Court of Hundred had long reached a tacit understanding and did not respond to this. However, this kind of pressure was always there. He did not know how long Carthage's independence could hold on. The fourth to enter the arena was the delegation of athletes from the Wave River region of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. After Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul, the entire area occupied by Mountain Gaul was designated as the Wave River region. It could be said that this was the most fertile and vast plain in the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, but it was also one of the most difficult areas to stabilize. It took Dionia nearly 10 years to gradually make the Gauls accept Dionia's rule. Among them, the governor of the Wave River region, Capys, deserved the most credit. Since the army of Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul, Capys was transferred to the Wave River region by the king of Devers. He had been in office for nearly 10 years, working hard for the stability of the Wave River region and the integration of the Mountain Gaul into the kingdom. Now, he sat in the VIP seat, staring at the delegation of the Wave River region in the arena, his eyes full of gratification. As Dionia had only begun to migrate to the Wave River region in recent years, the proportion of Greeks in the region was still very small. Therefore, most of the delegation were Gauls. They were tall and had messy hair, some had oil paint on their faces, and some were even bare-chested. Facing the audience, they would roar angrily from time to time, showing off their muscles. In the eyes of some of the Greek VIPs, this was a barbaric and untamed performance, but in the eyes of the Dionia spectators who were used to intense rugby matches, it was a performance of character, and so the cheers became even louder. The athletes from the Wave River region mainly participated in horse racing and car racing, and the next delegation was likely to be their competitors, because the athletes came from the famous pastoral region of the Kingdom of Dionia, Bruttii. After the Bruttii delegation, it was the delegation from the Campanian Alliance that entered the arena. Today, the Campanian Alliance only had Naples and a few neighboring towns left. The other city-states in the alliance had gradually joined the Kingdom of Dionia, and Naples' situation was somewhat similar to that of Carthage. The next delegation to enter the arena was the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the eastern plains of Campania. This delegation was made up of a mixture of Greeks, Etruscans, and Samnites, and their strongest event was the javelin throw. Of course, they had to compete with the Samnite delegation. The next delegation to enter the arena was the Corinth delegation. But when they appeared on the field, most of the spectators were stunned, because there were only 2 athletes behind the young man who was holding up the placard. Compared to the previous delegations that had at least a dozen people, and at most 100 people, the disparity was too great. Although Corinth was just a city-state compared to the previous regions and alliances, it was the host of the Corinth Games. The citizens in the country advocated sports and were very strong in traditional competitions. Therefore, the invitation letter that Dionia sent to Corinth had given them quite a number of participants. It seems that the people of Corinth still have a problem with Dionia holding the games. I think if it weren't for the fact that Dionia is powerful and the leader of the Greek alliance, the people of Corinth probably wouldn't even send a single athlete, Xenophon commented gloatingly. The Devers smiled and said confidently, "If the people of Corinth don't participate, it won't affect the games, but it will be the biggest loss for Corinth and Corinth athletes. Because the Dionia Games will become the grandest celebration in the Mediterranean Sea, and it will become a grand theater for the city-states, regions, and athletes to show themselves to the countries of the Mediterranean Sea. Am I right?" Xenophon and Plato looked around at the thousands of spectators from different places and races, as well as the athletes who came from different places and races, and fell into deep thought at the same time. The polite Dionia spectators still cheered for the 2 athletes of Corinth, but the cheers were mixed with a lot of laughter. General Corinth, sitting in the VIP seats, was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Not only did Corinth send only 2 athletes perfunctorily, but he also deliberately came late. As a result, when they learned that the other city-states had sent many athletes, it was too late to inform Corinth to make changes. At this time, General Corinth still clearly remembered that when Member of Parliament Corinth, who was originally stationed in the Greek Alliance Parliament in Turin, heard the news, He scolded the Corinth Parliament in front of General Corinth for being a bunch of short-sighted idiots, saying that Corinth's efforts over the years would be in vain. What efforts had Corinth made? After the Greek War, Corinth saw that Dionia supported Thebes in unifying Piotia, Mandinia in establishing the Arcadia Union, Ales in unifying the northwest of Peloponnesus, and Agos in unifying the northeast of Peloponnesus. Therefore, it also asked Dionia to unify the Isthmus of Corinth. The Devers reluctantly agreed, but requested that Thebes must discuss it with Megara. There were only 2 city-states in the entire isthmus, Corinth in the south and Megara in the middle and north. Although Megara was slightly weaker than Corinth, it was still a city-state with a long history and a good reputation in Greece. Of course, it was unwilling to be unified by Corinth. Since these 2 city-states had surrendered to Dionia in time during the Corinth War, Dionia did not favor either side, and the matter was put aside. However, Corinth still did not give up. Corinth, who were good at business, was indeed more quick-witted than Agos. When Megara firmly opposed to being unified by Corinth, Corinth quickly changed its plan and proposed to form an isthmus alliance with Megara on an equal footing. Chapter 1262. In order to gain the favor of the Megarans, the Corinth people also proposed, when merchants from other city-states transport goods through the isthmus, the taxes and fees collected will be divided equally between the 2 city-states, and the merchants from Megaran can use the towpath first, and the fees can be discounted. The towpath was a famous infrastructure project built by the Corinth people 200 years ago. It was a stone-paved road with 2 parallel grooves on the Isthmus of Corinth. There were special cars running on this road, and the wheel tracks corresponded to the groove. This road connected the Gulf of Corinth and the Gulf of Serene. The Corinth people could first load the goods from the big ships on one side of the gulf onto the small boats, then lift the small boats onto the towpath cars, transport them to the other side of the isthmus, and then move the goods on the ships onto another big ship. This greatly shortened the voyage and saved time. The sincerity shown by the Corinth people gradually moved Mecca's heart. The 2 sides had already begun to discuss the establishment of an alliance. However, in today's Greece, it was not easy to establish an alliance if one wanted to. One must first obtain the consent of the Greek alliance. Member of the Greek Parliament, Corinth, was worried that the stupid performance of the Corinth Council at this sports meeting would anger the king of Dionia, causing him to no longer agree to the proposal of Corinth to establish an isthmus alliance. Just as General Corinth was regretting his decision, Megachides, who was standing at the entrance of the stadium, heard the thunderous cheers inside. He was already a little eager, because it was their turn to enter the stadium. When the Dionia official in front of the entrance saw the Corinth athletes walk past the royal stand, he shouted, "The Crete athletes' delegation, enter the stadium." The Dionia soldiers in front of them immediately made way for them. The impatient Cretan athletes immediately followed the teenager who was holding the placard. When they passed by the Dionia official who was in charge of the entrance order, he encouraged them as friendly as before, "Warriors of Crete, hold your heads high and welcome the enthusiastic cheers of the audience." As soon as Megachides stepped into the stadium, the earth-shattering cheers immediately came from all directions. It was like the howling wind on the sea in bad conditions. The towering spectator stands surrounding them were like monstrous waves. How could they not be shocked when they were in the eye of the storm? No wonder the Dionia official called them warriors. It really took courage to be in such an environment. Even Megachides, who had always been determined in the Crete qualifiers, felt nervous at this moment. After all, the grandeur and scale of the Hades main arena were far from comparable to the previous qualifiers. Moreover, there were very few spectators from Crete here. Sirathis, who was relatively insensitive, did not seem to be affected much. He kept looking around and sighed from time to time. "Wow, it seems that the rumors are true. Some of the spectators are really women. Look, the young woman wearing a white hat who is very close to us looks good. That woman in purple must be from a noble family. Sirathai's words gradually dispelled the reservations of his teammate. They began to learn from Sirathais, smiling and waving to the audience, and at the same time, commenting on each other. As they approached the royal grandstand, Megachides also jokingly whispered, "Look, Sirathais, the Dionia princess you want to marry is up there." Sirathais suddenly stopped talking, and his expression became solemn. When he walked to the front of the royal grandstand, he stopped and bowed respectfully toward the royal grandstand. It was not that none of the delegations that had entered the stadium saluted the royal grandstand, but they were all Dionia athletes, and they all did a chest-beating salute. Most of them were citizens serving in the Dionysian army, and the king of Devers was their supreme commander. Now, it was an athlete from a Greek city-state who was saluting the Dionia royal family with traditional Greek respect. Not only were the spectators surprised, but even the Devers and their families were surprised. "Your Majesty, it seems that your games have not officially begun, but it has already been recognized by some athletes," Plato said with a smile. "I think these athletes recognize the high prize money," Xenophon sneered. The Devers replied with emotion. Since the establishment of the Olympia Games, the 4 major competitions have not only been popular in the Greek world for hundreds of years, but also widely spread among other races in the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, they have never been able to participate in it. Now, Dionia has provided such an opportunity for races other than Greece to participate in such a grand ceremony, and at the same time, it allows the excellent athletes of Greece to show their superb competitive skills to the whole Mediterranean. I think this is probably the fundamental reason why the Greek athlete just now recognized the Dionia Games. I think the significance of the establishment of the Dionia Games is probably more than that, Plato said thoughtfully. I remember that in the invitation letter that Dionia sent to various city-states, it solemnly mentioned, "The Dionia Games will follow the fine traditions of the major competitions in Greece and request the participating countries to stop all acts of war during the Games and maintain a peaceful competition environment. Look at the athletes on the field. They are not only from Greece, but also from most of the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean. What does this request of Dionia mean?" Plato emphasized and said excitedly, "It means that Dionia wants to expand the peace of Greece to the whole Mediterranean Sea. What a great spirit! If it can be realized, it will be an unprecedented great achievement." "Plato, you are too excited," Xenophon said flatly. Xenophon said calmly, "Over the past few decades, there have been many conflicts during the sports meet, not to mention that the Dionia Games is being held for the first time. To want to expand this Greek tradition to the whole Mediterranean Sea? It's just a saying if you want to realize it, hee. The Devers's expression was calm, but his tone was forceful. Dionia has always kept its promises. Since it dares to say this, it naturally has the determination to fulfill this promise. If any participating city-state or race violates this requirement in the letter, no matter how far the distance is, Dionia will send troops to punish them to ensure the prestige of the Dionia Games." Looking at the deep gaze of the Devers, Xenophon's heart trembled slightly. He still stubbornly said, "Expanding peace to the Mediterranean Sea. This is indeed a good wish, but don't forget Persia." "Yes, and Persia." When the Devers heard this, he did not show any embarrassment on his face. Instead, he sighed thoughtfully. After Siratheos saluted, the Dionia audience cheered even louder for the Cretan athletes. Siratheos looked a little proud and said to his teammates, "Did you see that? The audience is cheering for me." Megachides curled his lips. He felt that the reason why this guy saluted just now was purely to attract attention. After the Cretan athletes' delegation entered the stadium, the athletes' delegations from the Crotone region, the Downey region, the Thebes, Egypt, one by one, the athletes' delegations entered the stadium. The enthusiasm of the audience remained high, and the cheers continued. The entrance ceremony lasted for an hour. Finally, 79 delegations and nearly 3,000 athletes stood in the center of the stadium. A few envoys from the Greek city-states, led by the Olympia representative, looked at the densely packed athletes in the stadium. Their expressions were ugly. They had previously despised the idea of Dionia hosting the games. From the bottom of their hearts, they thought that it was impossible for an unorthodox Greek country, Dionia, to host the games. However, when they saw such a large number of athletes in the stadium, they could not help but change their expressions. This was because the number of participants in the stadium was obviously several times more than any previous games. This meant that the influence of the Dionia Games was much greater than they had thought. At this moment, the red flag was raised on the host's platform, and the host's powerful voice echoed in the stadium. Distinguished athletes, distinguished guests, we all know that in ancient times, Prometheus stole the sacred fire from Olympus and descended to the earth. From then on, we humans began to break away from barbarism and ignorance, and gradually moved towards prosperity and civilization. Fire also became a sacred object respected by every family and city. Even if people were forced to leave their homes for the sake of survival, they would take a cluster of sacred fire from the temple of their mother country and do their best to ensure that it burned on the way. Finally, it would be reignited on the altar in the temple of their new home thousands of miles away. Only in this way would they believe that the new home they built was blessed by the gods, and the civilization of their mother country would continue to be passed on here. This was the fundamental reason why the priests of the Greek city-states were spread all over the Mediterranean Sea like the stars in the sky, and they were still closely connected. Today, the Dionia Games will also be holding a sacred ceremony. The sacred fire in the main temple of the Hades of the Kingdom of Dionia will ignite the altar in the stadium. During the games, the sacred fire on the altar will burn continuously. The Hades will lead the gods to bless the games to be held in a fair and just manner, bless the athletes to achieve excellent results, and severely punish any hostile behavior that disrupts the games. Now, everyone, please remain silent and wait for the heroes of the Kingdom of Dionia to bring the sacred fire to the arena. When the Olympia representative heard this, he was stunned at first, and then immediately felt angry. Dionia had promised in the invitation letter that the purpose of this games would not be to please the Hades, but the upcoming ceremony to invite the sacred fire from the main temple of the Hades was a disguised use of the games as a sacrifice to the Hades. This was a lie. Chapter 1263. However, the Olympia representative did not dare to raise his voice. He could not forget the terrible scene of the Dionysian army surrounding the city of Olympia a few years ago. He was afraid of angering Dionia in public and bringing disaster to the Olympia again. He could only remind the representatives of the surrounding city-states in a low voice, hoping to attract their attention and protest against Dionia together. However, these representatives either said that the ceremony was very meaningful and worth watching, or they pretended not to hear it. Even if some agreed with his statement, they did not explicitly say that they would protest against Dionia. The entire venue gradually quietened down under the supervision and reminders of the Dionia spectators and athletes. Not long after, dong, 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 the vigorous and heavy sound of the bells spread to the main arena, making the Dionia people look even more solemn. At the place where the bell rang, the Hill of the Gods was now surrounded by many devout believers of the Hades. When the 9th bell rang, the senile Plesinus walked out of the main temple shakily, holding the torch lit by the sacred fire in his hand. All of them devoutly sang the hymn of the Hades. The entire inner city was immediately immersed in the light and melodious hymn. At this moment, Sicarion, who was wearing a pure white unlined shirt, came forward with a solemn expression. Plesinus said gently, "General, please take it." Sicarion did not say much. He just nodded his head and solemnly took the burning torch with both hands. Then, he turned and ran down the mountain. The tourists stood densely on both sides of the road, forming a human corridor that led directly to the main arena. As they sang, they excitedly watched Sicarion run forward with the torch in his hand. Soon, Sicarion reached the foot of the mountain and handed the torch to Tegetus, who was waiting for him. Tegetus then continued to run to the next torchbearer. The main temple of the Hades was about 6 miles away from the main arena. Even if the torchbearers ran at full speed, it would still take them some time to get there. The hosts in the arena used this time to introduce the heroic deeds of the torchbearers to the audience who could not see the torch relay. The heroic deeds of the torchbearers were, in fact, the history of Dionia's rise from a weak to a strong one. The Dionia audience, who were reliving the history of Dionia, felt their blood boiling. It also made the foreign people, ambassadors, and athletes who heard the story for the first time sigh. The last hero to enter the arena with the torch was Brutus Marks. He had been a native of Rome and had become a citizen of Dionia. In the Greek War that broke out in 24 BC, 370 BC, the Dionysian army and the Sparta allied forces fought a decisive battle on the Tegea plain. Due to the sudden rebellion of the Tegeans, the First Legion, as the main attacking force, was attacked by the Sparta allied forces from both the front and the back. The situation was very critical, but the soldiers of the First Legion fought bravely and withstood the fierce attacks of the Sparta warriors. They held on until the arrival of reinforcements and finally reversed the situation. However, the First Legion suffered heavy losses. When the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle, the medical staff unexpectedly found that Marks was still breathing. The platoon leader of the First Legion was at the forefront of the battle. All the soldiers of the platoon had died bravely in battle, and the platoon leader had fallen in the center of the phalanx, next to the platoon flag. Around him lay a circle of Sparta warriors. He was bathed in blood and had fallen into a coma. Even his limbs were incomplete. After many rescues by the doctors, and with the blessing of Hades, he finally came back to life. When His Majesty the Devers heard of his deeds, he was very moved and immediately appointed him as the hero of the kingdom. However, his injuries were too serious. Even if the triumphant return of the war was held a year later, he could not attend. But today, he will hold the torch in his hand and use the holy fire to light the altar in the arena. This is to remind the audience not to forget that it was the blood and sacrifice of the Dionia soldiers on the battlefield that gave rise to the establishment of the Greek Union, that gave rise to peace in Greece, that gave rise to today's grand sports celebration. Therefore, we should sincerely thank brave warriors like Max. Having rehearsed several times in advance, the experienced hosts controlled the time very well. So not long after they finished speaking, a figure appeared at the entrance of the arena. Brutus Marques used to be a handsome young man in Rome. He was only in his 30s now, but he looked nothing like he did in the past. The left side of his face looked like it had been bitten by something. A large part of it was missing. Even his left eye was gone. His right hand was missing from his shoulder. His left leg seemed to be shorter. He limped a lot when he ran. He looked quite scary. But the audience of Dionia all stood up and applauded him with all their might. Nearly half of the audience of Dionia were Turii. Almost all of them burst into tears. When they saw Marks, they could not help but think of their loved ones who had died or been injured in the Greek war. This scene moved the emissaries of the Greek city-state. They stood up and applauded. Epaminondas sighed. The kingdom of Dionia admires its citizens who fight bravely. How can their citizens not fight bravely? This is the fundamental reason why the Dionysian army is so strong. After seeing this, we should feel more at ease. Lycomedes also sighed. Because as long as Dionia remains strong, the Greek Union can survive for a long time. Among the few who did not stand up to applaud, the most obvious was Agesilaus. That was because the Spartan warriors seemed to have become evil beings in the host's speech. However, Agesilaus, who was already 70 years old, did not feel any anger. He was very clear that the rise and fall of a city-state had always been determined by the victors. If the Battle of Tegea was said to be won by Sparta, it might be a different situation today. However, it was precisely because there were countless Daulian soldiers like Max who fought bravely that the military plan that he had drawn up with all his might ultimately failed. Therefore, he silently looked at the figures staggering on the racetrack. His emotions were rather complicated. The Devers and their families stood up as well. They all looked solemn as they applauded silently. Christoia, Cynthia, and a few other women had tears in their eyes. Even Deui's voice was choked with emotion. Plato and Xenophon, who had been debating incessantly, tactfully remained silent. They had long known that the Devers' adopted son, Adoris, had died in the Battle of Tegea. Clearly, this torchbearer who entered the racetrack had caused the Daionia royal family to recall that painful past. At this moment, Marx was in a terrible state. Not only was his body crippled, his body was also riddled with scars under his white shirt. The two most important injuries were that his left and right lungs had been pierced by the spears of the Sparta warriors, greatly reducing the function of his lungs. If he moved for a long period of time, he would feel a lack of air and find it hard to support himself. When the preparatory team discovered this problem, they had considered changing the candidate, but Marx had repeatedly promised Clodocatax that he would definitely complete the task. After several rehearsals, he had indeed persevered. Be it due to political or personal reasons, Clodocatax would not change the candidate to light the sacred flame on the altar. But today was different from the usual rehearsals. Tens of thousands of spectators were watching him, accompanied by thunderous applause. Max, who had been living a life worse than death for the past few years, felt the passion in his heart ignite. Yes, he carried the hopes of the families of the hundreds and thousands of comrades who died at Tegea. He ignited the sacred fire and let their brave souls be praised by the people of the Mediterranean Sea. His heart was beating violently, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. The exhaustion in his body had clearly exceeded the usual rehearsals. Marx was a little out of breath. His vision was dark, and his body was swaying uncontrollably as if he would fall with every step. "Hold on, Marx, you must hold on. Your comrades are watching you from the Élysée, waiting for the great moment when you light the sacred flame. There are only a few dozen meters left, hold on." Marx kept cheering himself on, suppressing the nervousness in his heart. At this time, the whole venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the swaying torchbearer on the track. The distance of a few dozen meters seemed short, but it felt like a long time to him. Even the Devers could not help but grab the railing of the stands. Clodocatax's worry was written all over his face. So far, everything had been going smoothly for the opening ceremony, but if Marx fell or the sacred flame was extinguished, all the previous efforts would be in vain, and the innovative opening ceremony of the Daionia Games would become a laughing stock. However, at this moment, Clodocatax didn't regret his choice of Max as the candidate to ignite the altar. In order to encourage him and himself, he even cursed from the bottom of his heart, for the fallen brothers of the First Legion. "For my big brother, Marx, you better King hold on." The prayers of the tens of thousands of Daionia spectators did not seem to have any effect. Marx's body swayed even more violently. Just when everyone could not bear to watch anymore, the young man who was standing at the front of the referees suddenly handed the wooden sign to Chalcidas, who was behind him, and then quickly ran towards Marx. Then, another young man who was not far from him also ran over. Two unblemished youths supported a disabled but determined veteran as they jogged towards the altar in the center of the arena. This harmonious scene immediately caused the audience outside the arena to applaud enthusiastically, and it also made the dark hearts of a very small number of spectators vanish. Chapter 1264. The bronze basin on the altar had been filled with olive oil. When the torch came into contact with it, it immediately ignited into flames, emitting heat waves in all directions. Amid the cheers of the audience, Marquez seemed to see familiar faces through the hot flames. They were all smiling at him, shouting loudly and forcefully, "Yes, Captain!" Then, under his lead, they shouted the name of Hades and charged toward the fleeing enemies. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Marquez's cheeks. With the help of the 2 teenagers, Marquez walked to the exit of the arena. Only then did his mood recover, and he quickly thanked the 2 teenagers. However, he heard one of the teenagers wave his hand and say, "Uncle, you're welcome. My name is Christos, and Clodo Catax is my father." The other teenager then said, I'm Enon, and Adoris is my father." "Commander? Captain?" Marquez was stunned. It was as if God's will had once again brought his thoughts back to that bloody battle. Overwhelmed with emotions, he hugged the 2 teenagers and cried loudly. At this time, in the arena, the head of the referee team, Chalcidas, walked through the team of athletes and came to the front of the altar. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the athletes, he solemnly said in a loud voice, "In the name of the gods, I, Chalcidas, as a referee of this games, am willing to swear to you, in front of thousands of spectators, that I will always treat every athlete fairly in the games, strictly manage every event according to the rules of the games, and handle every dispute seriously and responsibly. If I violate this oath, please punish me." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire referee team of more than 200 priests also began to swear in unison. The voices of more than 200 people gathered together could basically be heard by the spectators in the nearby stands. Many spectators from the Greek city-states were stunned after hearing the oath. Although the Dionia Games had an oath like the previous Greek games, there were obvious differences. First of all, whether it was the Olympia Games, the Pythian Games, the Corinth Games, or the Nemean Games, they all swore in front of one god. How could they swear to the gods like this? It seemed like child's play. If something really went wrong, which god would punish them? Secondly, in the previous games, it was the athletes who swore. As the referees, the priests did not need to swear, because they were the spokespersons of the gods in the world, and were respected. How could they cheat in the games? In fact, the priests were bribed by the athletes and even the city-states to publicly tamper with the results of the games. However, the Dionia Games were made by the priests first, which showed the importance the kingdom of Dionia attached to the games, as well as its determination to rectify cheating in the games. Thirdly, in the previous games, the athletes swore to the statue of the gods in the temple under the guidance of the priests, which was relatively private to the spectators. This time, however, the oath was made in the middle of the arena, and the oath clearly mentioned that the spectators outside the arena would be the witness. This was more pleasing to the people. After all, the punishment of the gods was illusory, but the anger of the people could be expressed directly. In any case, the new oath of the Dionia Games successfully aroused a heated discussion among the spectators. At this time, the tourist athlete representative once again led all the athletes to solemnly swear with a similar oath. The powerful sound wave formed by thousands of people spread throughout the venue, causing an even greater sensation. Amidst the heated discussion among the spectators, the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games finally came to an end. The teams of judges and athletes began to leave the arena in order. In this regard, most of the audience felt that it was not enough. Even the most picky representatives of Olympia, Delphi, and Corinth had to admit that the opening ceremony of their games was too short, not lively enough, and too private. Compared to the opening ceremony of the Dionysian Games, the opening ceremony of their games was too short, not lively enough, and too private. The opening ceremony of the Dionysian Games attracted the attention of the shallow audience. "Your Majesty, just like what you said in the invitation letter, the opening ceremony of this Games is indeed grand and novel. It's an eye-opener for me. I feel like I haven't seen enough." Plato praised sincerely. Xenophon wanted to refute but did not say anything in the end. The Devers laughed and said, "The opening ceremony has been going on for a few hours. It's already noon. According to the customs of the people of Dionia, it's time for lunch. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen enough, the best is yet to come. Let's have lunch and continue to watch the later games. On the first day of the Dionia Games, there was not only the opening ceremony, but also the 100-meter race. This was the suggestion of the Devers. He was going to use this combination to clearly tell those who were doubtful about the success of the Dionia Games that the Dionia Games not only had a good opening ceremony, but the games were also very exciting, so as to stimulate the enthusiasm of all the people and tourists to watch the games. During lunch, Xenophon raised the doubt in his heart. Devers, when I entered the arena, I saw the notice you posted on the wall at the entrance. In addition to this opening ceremony, there will be a 100-meter preliminary race next. Does this refer to the 100-meter race? Did the Dionia Games also change the distance of the traditional Greek running games? When the Kingdom of Dionia was first founded, the weights and measures implemented were very different from those of other Greek city-states. As the country grew stronger and trade with other city-states became more frequent, the weights and measures of Dionia were gradually accepted by foreign merchants because they were more systematic, more detailed, and easier to operate. When the Greek Union was established and Dionia became the overlord of Greece, in these few years, the weights and measures of Dionia had gradually replaced the more chaotic traditional weights and measures of the Greek city-states. So Xenophon and Plato were familiar with the concept of meter. Devers took a sip of the cold syrup and explained unhurriedly, according to the research of the Dionia school, the distance that we humans can sprint with all our strength is about 100 meters. As the distance gradually increases, endurance will replace explosive force, so the 100-meter race is to test the speed limit that we adults can reach when sprinting with all our strength. In that case, the shortest distance of the previous running games, about 192 meters, is a test to show the physical endurance of the athletes after sprinting with all their strength? Plato said thoughtfully. That's right. Devers nodded and responded. The 200-meter race of the Dionia Games and the shortest distance of the previous games are all for this purpose, while the 400-meter and 800-meter races are more focused on endurance. What about the marathon? Xenophon interrupted him and asked, Is it to completely test the speed endurance of adults? Devers, how did you come up with the idea of using it as a race? Although Xenophon and Plato were not interested in the current Athens government, they were both people of Athens after all, and they were equally proud of the glorious history of Athens. Devers knew this very well, so he said solemnly, The Battle of the Marathon is of great significance to all Greeks. Holding a race in its name will undoubtedly make the Greek people, and even the people of the entire Mediterranean Sea, cherish that distant history for a long time. In terms of competition itself, the marathon is not only a test of the athlete's maximum endurance, but also their willpower. Not to mention winning the championship, it's not easy to persist to the end of the race. Yes, even the fleet-footed Phidippides, who was in high spirits after winning the battle and ran the whole distance without stopping, died of exhaustion in the end. It can be seen that the marathon is a very dangerous event, Xenophon said with a somewhat solemn expression. But even so, there are still many people from Athens who have signed up for this event. They obviously want to bring the glory of the marathon champion back to Athens, said Plato. Then they will face the competition of the best long-distance runners in Dionia. Devers smiled and said seriously, however, you don't have to worry too much. We have taken the danger of this race into account, so we have specially arranged medical personnel along the entire route of the marathon. Once they find any abnormalities, they will immediately rescue them. Moreover, we have also made special rules for this race. The athletes who participate in this race must act according to their abilities. If their physical condition is not good, they are allowed to withdraw halfway through the race. While Devers and his two friends were chatting about the sports games in the royal stands, the spectators were not idle either. The people of Dionia had been watching ball games all year round, and were very experienced. Since they knew that they would be staying in the arena for the whole day today, most of them had brought lunch in advance. At this moment, they were already eating in their seats with their families. Although the foreign spectators did not have the habit of eating lunch, they had been cheering and applauding non-stop all morning, which had consumed a lot of energy. When they saw the Dionia spectators next to them munching on their food, they all felt hungry. At this moment, many hawkers appeared in the aisle between the spectators in time to sell bread, salted fish, cured meat, dried fruits, milk. They were quickly sold out. The spectators ate while excitedly talking about the opening ceremony just now, while curiously watching the scene in the field, and guessing how the next race would be carried out. Chapter 1265. Because there were dozens of athletes left on the field, all of whom were going to participate in the 100-meter sprint. Although the organizing team had prepared lunch for them, most of the athletes didn't eat right away. Instead, they warmed up and adapted to the field on the track. On the side near the royal stand, the staff of the games inserted wooden poles at the two ends of the track that had been measured. Then, they tied long ropes to the poles and straightened them out on the ground. Then, the referees used the iron ladles on the poles to draw straight white lines that were hundreds of meters long on the solid ground along the ropes. I thought it was strange that there were neither starting slabs nor finishing pillars in the stadium. How could the race be held? Now I know that the white lines drawn with white powder are the starting line, the finishing line, and the running track. It's very clear. But, I counted. They only drew 6 running tracks with white lines. Are they only going to let 6 athletes participate in the race at a time? I remember that in other games there were more than a dozen finishing pillars, and more than a dozen athletes competed at the same time. That's not a big deal. Just run a few more rounds. The key is that there are fewer athletes this time, which can avoid confusion and make it easier for the referees to supervise. It seems that the people of Dionia have seriously studied the shortcomings of other games, and they really want to do a good job in this games. The speaker was a middle-aged citizen from the city of Oconus in the Arcadia Union, Halpias. He had participated in many running competitions in various games when he was young. Later, he could not participate because of his old age, but he was keen to watch the games. His biggest regret was not being able to win the championship. There was once when he was very close to winning the championship, but because a competitor next to him swung his arm and hit him in the face, his final result was affected. He had also appealed to the referee, but to no avail. Therefore, he deeply hated some of the Greek game's shortcomings. Halpias was a veteran sports fan. When he learned that Dionia, the hegemon of the Greek world, was going to hold a sports game, he came to watch without hesitation. He was lucky enough to buy a ticket for the opening ceremony. Before entering the arena, he was very critical of the Dionia games, but after the opening ceremony, he had a much better impression of the Dionia games. The unprecedented novelty of the opening ceremony was secondary, and more importantly, he felt that the Dionia games respected the athletes. As someone who had been through it, he knew the hardships of being an athlete. In addition to the hard training, he had to go to the stadium alone before the games began, pay for his own accommodation, sign up at the temple in time, and be questioned by the priest. The tedious preparation, nervousness, and irritation before the start of the games were all given to the champions. After the games, no one would care about the other injuries of the losers. But this time, the Dionia games were obviously different. He had talked to the athletes of the Arcadia Union before. Dionia not only provided all the athletes with free and comfortable accommodation and food, but also required the participating city-states to send officials to take care of all the chores of the athlete. This meant that the athletes could devote themselves to the games and did not have to worry about other problems. At the opening ceremony, the Dionia Games arranged for the athletes to circle the stadium and receive the greetings and cheers of so many spectators. Halpias regretted that he was born a few years earlier and did not enjoy such a special honor. Therefore, Helpius, who had a good impression of the Dionia Games, certainly hoped that the Dionia Games could also be outstanding after entering the competition stage. With his experienced competitive vision, he carefully observed the layout of the stadium and soon found some clues that were different from the previous games. I heard that the Dionia Games will not only hold a 100-meter race, but also a 200-meter, 400-meter, and 800-meter race. After I entered the stadium, I found that there were no stone pillars in the stadium, so I have been wondering how they will carry out a long-distance race. In the Greek games, in a long-distance race, the athletes will run from the starting stone slab to the finishing stone pillar, then run around the stone pillar and back again. This cycle will repeat until they have run the full distance, similar to the current shuttle run. Now I understand. Look, the Dionia Games built a large circle with small stone brick. Then, just like now, they drew tracks with lime powder outside the circle. The athletes will run around the entire circle. Not to mention a few hundred meters, they can even run a few thousand meters easily. This is much easier than running around the stone pillars. Helpius had a deep understanding of the long-distance race in the previous games. With his decades of experience in the games, his explanation was both logical and infectious. Naturally, it attracted a group of spectators. With him as the leader, they discussed seriously. At this moment, someone shouted, "Look up! Oh my God, the Dionia Games are going to cover the sky!" The foreign spectators looked up one after another. Then, all of them opened their mouths wide in surprise. In the sky above the main arena, long strips of white cloth were slowly gathering toward the center of the stadium, piecing together to form a thin white cloth cover. It covered the sky above the arena, blocking the noon sun and bringing shade to the spectators. Xenophon, who had come to the Dionia arena for the first time, was as surprised as the other foreign spectators. He could not help but ask, "How is this done?" Devers replied calmly, "Actually, it's very simple. There are 200 wooden poles erected at the edge of the top of the arena. Each wooden pole is connected to a wooden pole on the opposite side of the center of the circle with pulleys and rope. When it's sunny and there's a competition, the management of the arena will tie special strips of cloth to the ropes of each wooden pole. Then, they will turn the pulleys and push the strips of cloth to the center of the sky. However, while we're enjoying all of this, don't forget that there are hundreds of management personnel at the top of the arena serving us under the scorching sun. Although it sounds very simple, the design is very ingenious." Plato, who was at the side, sighed sincerely. The key is that this kind of spirit is not willing to endure when encountering difficulties, but to try their best to solve the difficulties and strive to do their best is very rare. We Greeks are relatively careless and not very particular about life, but the people of Dionia are different. They have very high requirements for life, so their spirit of striving to do their best permeates all aspects of the kingdom. So, I'm full of confidence in Dionia's sports games. It will not only be a success, but it will also give all Greeks a new understanding of sports games. Ha ha ha! Devers laughed heartily. Well done, Plato. You can even make such a big point out of such a small matter. Xenophon did not speak. He looked up into the sky, deep in thought. Just as the foreign spectators were marveling at the ingenious design of the main arena, the athletes began to leave the field. This caused some spectators to be puzzled. Is the race not going to be held? Some spectators who were as experienced as Helpius said with certainty, "No, the race is going to start soon." Just as they said, the athletes came to the lounge next to the entrance of the arena. As the Dionia Games were held every year, the lounge specially for the players to rest in was decorated very comfortably. However, the athletes were not in the mood to care about such things. They took off the fancy clothes they wore for the entrance ceremony and put on the shorts specially provided by Dionia. Then, they began to carefully and evenly apply olive oil on their bodies. After all this was done, everyone began to pray to Apollo devoutly to soothe their nervous hearts. After a while, A priest walked in and said loudly, "Contestants, it's time for the competition. Please enter the arena." Sirathos, who had already calmed down, heard this, and his heart began to beat faster again. Dozens of athletes returned to the field again, and the priest gathered them together. As this was the first race of the Dionia Games, Chalcidas, who was in charge of the referees, personally presided over the competition in order to ensure that it went smoothly. The old priest, who had always been amiable, looked very serious at the moment. He said in a forceful tone, "Contestants, I think after this period of practice, you should be very familiar with the rules of the Dionia Games. However, before the competition starts, only the contestants whose names are called can participate in the race. The other contestants must stay away from the track and not interfere with the race. The contestants can only start after the referee gives the order to start the race. Before the race starts, the contestants cannot step on the starting line. After the race starts, the contestants cannot deviate from their track, interfere with other contestants, or deliberately obstruct or injure others. If any of these rules are violated, the contestants will be disqualified from the competition. If the contestants deliberately violate the rules and the circumstances are extremely serious, the referees will report the contestants' situation to the organizing team of the games. They will decide whether to carve the contestants' appearance on the disciplinary wall of the Dionia Games Museum that will be built soon. This will serve as a warning to the contestants who will participate in the Dionia Games in the future. Did you hear that? Yes. The contestants nodded in response. Only then did Chalcidas reveal a smile. He raised his palms to the sky and said gently, "May Hades bless you." Then, a priest took the athlete's name list and said loudly, "Attention, everyone. The contestant whose name I called will participate in the first round of the race. Sirathos. Track 1. Siricius was stunned. "I'm the first one to be called. Isn't my luck a little too good?" Chapter 1266. Sirius did not respond in time because he was in a daze, so the priest had to call him again. He quickly responded, "Yes." The priest glared at him but did not reprimand him. Then, he called out the names of the other contestants. After the 6 contestants were confirmed, the priest led them to the track. When the audience saw the contestants walking to the track, they realized that the race was about to begin and immediately began to cheer. Sirius, who was walking at the front, even heard someone shouting from the audience closest to him, "Look, isn't that the athlete who saluted His Majesty?" Xylite immediately felt countless gazes focusing on him, and his sharp eyes even noticed that there were young women among the crowd that were paying attention to him. While Sirius sighed that the Dionia women were indeed as bold as the rumors said, he suddenly felt that it was necessary for the Dionia people to require them to wear shorts. At least, he would not feel embarrassed when facing the women's gazes. Sirius, who was outgoing, not only did not feel nervous, but he also became excited. He strode forward with his head held high. The sun shone down from the center of the arena, shining on him. Although Sirius was not very tall, he was handsome. His muscles were strong and well-proportioned, and the olive oil covering his skin reflected the sunlight. His whole body shone brightly, as if he was a god. Especially when he was running on his track to warm up, the strength and beauty of his muscles contracted and relaxed. Many male spectators could not help but admire him, and the eyes of a few female spectators lit up. After the contestants got used to the track, they returned to the starting line, took a small shovel from the referee, and began to dig 2 small holes on the track. "What are they doing?" Some spectators were puzzled. Halpias looked at it for a while before saying, "In the past, there were starting slabs for running competitions. Not only was it used as a starting marker, but the dents on the slabs could also help the runners get off to a good start and prevent them from slipping. Although there are no starting slabs on this track, I think these small holes have the same effect." The spectators suddenly understood. At this time, the contestants stepped their bare feet into the small holes in front and behind them to make them firm so that they could exert their strength at the start. 2 referees stood at both ends of the starting line. One was in charge of giving orders, while the other was in charge of monitoring whether any contestants committed a foul. At the end of the 100m race, a red ribbon was drawn, and the atmosphere on the field became heavy. Feeling nervous again, Siratheos looked at the contestant next to him. This was a foreign race contestant. He was not allowed to participate in other games, but he could openly appear in the sports field of Dionia. Moreover, the Dionia referees had specially stipulated that no discrimination was allowed between contestants. Otherwise, they would be disqualified from the competition. That was why Siratheos smiled at this contestant. However, it was clearly the first time that this contestant from the Samanai Mountains had participated in such a competition. He was obviously a little nervous, and did not pay attention to the goodwill that Siratheos had conveyed. Siratheos cursed under his breath as he asked for a snub. He then refocused his attention on the match that was about to begin. At that moment the referee shouted, "Attention, contestants!" Siratheos immediately tensed up. He bent his waist and leaned forward. Ready, as the referee was about to give the order to start the race, a figure suddenly dashed out, causing the other contestants to follow closely behind. The referees finally stopped the match, and called the contestant who had violated the rules to the front of them. This contestant was contestant number 2, who was next to Sirius. Despite his pleas, the referees did not hesitate to send him off the field. The referees of the Dionia Games were so strict with the contestants who had violated the rules. Not only did the contestants on the field feel terrified, but it also made the spectators who were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves realize that the Dionia people were serious when they announced that they would severely punish the athletes who had violated the rules during the games. Siratheos and the others returned to the starting line. They were a little dispirited. Not only was their physical strength depleted, but the contestant being sent off the field was also a big blow to them. At that moment there was a loud cheer from the spectators, cheering them on and cheering them on. Ready, the referee raised his right hand again. All the spectators' eyes were focused on the contestants on the starting line. They all had the same thought in their minds. The opening ceremony of the Dionia Games was exciting, but would the real race be just as exciting? They could immediately see the clues. The referee waved his hand down forcefully. "Run!" The contestants were worried that they would be sent off the field again. They did not rush out of the starting line until they heard the order clearly. They were almost half a beat slower. However, after the race started, almost all the contestants immediately sprinted with all their might. That was because after some practice, many contestants like Siratheos who had participated in previous sports games knew that the 100m race in the Dionysian Games was half as long as the shortest distance race in other sports games. If they did not give it their all at the start, they would not stand a chance of winning. Siratheos quickly waved his arms and moved forward quickly with his feet alternating with each other. The huge wind pressure that came from the front wrinkled the skin on his face. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the ferocious faces of the contestants who were running alongside him. The rapid breathing was like a sword that kept stabbing at his back, urging him to move forward with all his might. Before he was halfway through the race, he felt a suffocating pain in his chest. It was as if a ball of fire was burning every part of his lungs. He could not help but roar, "Ah!" In previous games, it was rare to see such a scene. All the contestants were roaring at the top of their lungs, and as they continued to roar, their speed became faster and faster. Almost all of the spectators were so excited by this blood-boiling scene that they all stood up and shouted. The sound waves that erupted from the arena resounded throughout the entire Tulii city, causing the Dionians outside the arena who were unable to buy tickets to feel an unbearable itch. Erex, who had been sitting at the back of the royal stand, suddenly rushed to the front. He grabbed the railing with both hands and widened his eyes, staring at the contestants who were running with all their might. It was as if he wanted to engrave their figures in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Great! That's awesome! This is exactly what I want." Xenophon and Plato also showed a look of amazement. It was too fast. He was even faster than the runners they had seen in the past. As the Devers said, the 100m race could fully display the sprinting ability of the contestants. This display of the limit of human speed shocked the spectators in the arena. They did not even dare to blink their eyes as they stared at the sprinting contestants. The spectators suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that when he was about to reach the finish line, Sirithaios, who had exhausted all his strength, suddenly lost his footing. Under the push of the huge inertia, he hit the line first and his whole body fell forward to the ground. The doctor, who had been paying close attention to the situation on the field, quickly rushed over and helped him up. After confirming that Sirithaios only had some minor abrasions and nothing serious, the referee on duty, Chalcidas, walked over and raised his right hand, indicating that the winner of the first round of qualifiers was Sirithaios. As there were no accurate timekeeping tools in this era, it was impossible to accurately measure the time needed for each contestant to finish the 100m race. Then, according to their results in the qualifiers, the top few contestants would advance to the finals. The only way that the Dionia Games could ensure fairness was to only allow the winners of each round of qualifiers to enter the semifinals or finals. This was because there would only be one champion in the end, and there would be no runners-up or third-place contestants. This was in line with the tradition of sparse games. When the other contestants who had been eliminated walked to the exit of the arena dejectedly, the spectators gave them a warm round of applause, thanking them for giving such a wonderful game. Sirithaios, who was walking at the back, had a face covered in dust and a few bloodstains on his body. He looked a little disheveled, but the spectators gave him a warm round of applause. The young man from Crete had won the recognition of the people of Dionia through this game. When dusk came, the competition for the day finally ended. When he saw that many spectators were still enthusiastically discussing the opening ceremony and the running race, the envoy from the Olympia had mixed feelings. Although he was picky, he had to admit that both the opening ceremony and the running race were novel and exciting to him. The Dionia Games had indeed made a good start. When many of the spectators from Dionia walked out of the arena, they were surrounded by other tourists who were familiar with them. They asked them about everything that happened in the arena, and these spectators were happy to share their stories with them. Therefore, when night fell, candlelight illuminated the entire city of tourists. The restaurants and pubs on the streets were crowded with guests. They drank wine, ate delicious food, and talked non-stop about the interesting things that happened in the main arena of Hades. Laughter filled the air. Such a lively scene also happened in the royal family of Dionia. The Devers held a family banquet in their mansion on the hill to celebrate the success of the opening ceremony of the Dionia Games. But the most talked-about thing at the banquet was the sensible performance of the two grandchildren, Christos and Enon. Faced with the constant praise from their families, the two teenagers were so shy that they wanted to escape from the banquet. At this moment, the chief of the palace, Ribazot, quietly entered the dining hall. He came to the side of the Devers, who was sitting in the main seat, and whispered a few words in his ear. The Devers' smile did not change, but he stood up. Chapter 1267. Christoia could not help but ask with concern, "What's the matter?" "There's an important administrative matter that needs to be dealt with. I'll be back soon. I'll leave this to you and Agnes. Let the children eat happily." Whether it was the two princesses, Clodocatax or Eunice, they were all used to the Devers leaving midway. The banquet was still lively. The Devers went straight to the front yard, where Aristyras was already waiting in the study. "What's going on?" Although the Devers' tone was calm, he knew in his heart that it was not a small matter for the head of intelligence to come here when the people of Thurii were celebrating the victory of the Dionia Games. Your Majesty, I have just received news from the Africa region, Aristira's said with a solemn expression. The fleet of the Egyptian emissaries is on its way to Tali'i, but it encountered a storm in the sea between Cyrenaica and Hadrumetum, and it may have been destroyed. They may have been destroyed? The Devers raised his eyebrows, clearly dissatisfied with such an ambiguous statement. Aristira's hurriedly explained, the storm happened at dusk, and there were no other ships nearby to witness it. It was not until the next day that a Phoenician merchant ship rescued the Egyptian sailors who had been drifting at sea for most of the day that they learned of the situation and immediately reported to Hadrumetum. Just as the intelligence personnel of the Grumentum sent out this report, the entire Africa region has sent out a large number of ships to search the entire sea. They have also sent out the Namibian light cavalry to search along the coast. I believe there will be more detailed reports soon. There's always an unexpected storm. No wonder the Egyptian delegation has not been able to reach the port of Turiai in time. The Devers tapped his fingers on the wooden chair and pondered for a moment before sighing helplessly, May Hades protect Giheo. Aristira stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The Devers glanced at him and asked with a smile, Asuna and the children went to the arena to watch the opening ceremony today, right? Did they think it was good? Very exciting. Aristira's replied without hesitation. Boris, his youngest son, has been talking excitedly ever since he got home. Asuna has decided to take them to the game tomorrow. There will be matches in several arenas tomorrow. Making a choice is a headache. Devers said seriously, if you can't buy a ticket you can go to Ribazat. He will prepare one for you. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Aristira said gratefully. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Today is a joyous day for all the tourists. Hurry back and celebrate with your children. Devers smiled as he watched Aristira's leave. Then, he sat alone in his study. His deep eyes gazed at the hazy night through the wooden window. After a long time, he muttered in Mandarin with a thoughtful expression, Bring the power of heaven and earth together. He walked to the door of the study and asked Ribazat to call Clodocatax over. When Clodocatax came to the study, Devers told him about the storm that had befallen the Egyptian emissaries. Clodocatax was taken aback. This is bad. If Jiahao dies in the storm, Egypt will be in chaos. Why do you say that? Devers asked calmly. Father, you're testing me again. Clodocatax smiled bitterly, but he still said, The political situation in Egypt is complicated. Pharaoh Tanib is bedridden and can't do anything, so Jiahao is basically in charge of the country. After Jiahao took office, he quickly changed Egypt's national policy. He started suppressing the religious forces in the country. This has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the monks. Pharaoh Tanib's relative, Nikatani Persia, is dissatisfied with Jiahao's rule and has ambitions for the throne. There are even rumors of him colluding with the Egyptians. It's because Jiahao's rule in Egypt is unstable that he is willing to take the risk and personally lead a delegation to tourists to participate in our sports event to gain our full support. But if Jiahao dies in the storm, and Pharaoh Tanib is too sick to do anything, and there's no second heir to the throne who can stabilize the situation, both the monks and Nikatani Persia might take the opportunity to rebel. Devers nodded and asked, So, how do you think we should deal with this? Clodocatax thought about it seriously for a while, then said, I think we should first send more people to search for Jiahao's traces and determine whether he's dead or alive as soon as possible. If he's still alive with the blessing of Hades, then everyone will be happy. We should bring him to Turis as soon as possible and arrange for doctors to treat him and ensure his health. At the same time, send messengers to Memphis to inform Pharaoh Tanib and the Egyptian officials that Jiahao is safe and sound, to prevent rumors from spreading and causing unrest in Egypt. After the sports event, send an elite army to escort Jiahao back to Egypt to show the Egyptian people Dionia's support for Jiahao and help stabilize the political situation in Egypt. But if Jiahao dies? Clodocatax paused for a while, then said with a solemn expression, "Not only do we have to send Jiahao's body back to Egypt as soon as possible, but we also have to send messengers to discuss with Pharaoh Tanib to appoint a successor as soon as possible and establish contact with the successor to re-establish the friendship and alliance between the two countries. We also have to promise to fully support the successor's rule in Egypt. At the same time, we have to start mobilizing some armies and fleet. Once there's a rebellion in Egypt and we receive a request for help, we will immediately send troops to Egypt to help quell the rebellion." Devers listened carefully and said in a gentle tone, "You've thought it through. This is indeed the most standard way to deal with this crisis." Clodocatax was stunned and asked in confusion, "Father, what do you mean?" Devers stared at him and said in a low voice, "Back then, Dionia was still very weak and faced great pressure from Syracuse and Carthage. Egypt formed an alliance with us and could be said to have given us a lot of help, especially in terms of food. But times have changed. As the kingdom grew stronger, Egypt became more and more of a burden. In the war 5 years ago, we did our best to conquer Greece and had to divide part of our forces to help defend against Egypt. In the following years, we also sent many troops to Egypt to defend." Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, his eyes becoming more and more profound. As Greece became part of the kingdom's sphere of influence, Egypt has become the front line of the struggle between the kingdom and Persia. Moreover, the king of Persia seems to be very persistent in conquering Egypt again and again. Egypt's situation is getting more and more unstable. Even if Jiahao is still alive and has our support, judging from his previous governance style and methods, the conflict between him and the Egyptian monks will only intensify. I'm afraid that Egypt's political situation will continue to be unstable in the future. Moreover, there's still a foreign enemy like Persia. Do we, Dionia, have to send reinforcements again and again to help him maintain his rule in the country? Don't forget, Dionia and Egypt are only brothers. We are not parents who only ask for help without asking for anything in return." Hearing this, Clodocatax's heart skipped a beat. He immediately tried to persuade his father. "Father, didn't the council decide to launch an attack on Persia? We need Egypt's support. Once we defeat Persia, Egypt will naturally stabilize. Even if the conflict between the pharaoh and the monks intensifies in the future, it will be easy for us to solve. So, I don't think it's a good idea to break the alliance with Egypt. It's not in line with the kingdom's tradition." Devers smiled. "If Jiahao is still alive, the kingdom will naturally support him. But if he had died, and Tanibus was about to die, and according to the intelligence they had received so far, would Dionysia and Egypt still be allies? But if he had died, and Tanibus was not long gone, and according to the intelligence they had received so far, Nicotaphnepos was so powerful that he might succeed in usurping the throne. Nikotani Persia will only be our enemy if he is supported by Persia. Father, as long as we send reinforcements in time, we can stop Nikotani Persia's rebellion." Clodocatax reminded, "Even if Nikotani Persia is one step ahead of us and succeeds in usurping the throne, we have the ability to completely defeat them and support Tanibus's other descendants as pharaohs." Devers did not comment. Instead, he said faintly, "A bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. Allies are allies, after all. There are many things to do, and it's more convenient to use it ourselves." Clodocatax's eyes suddenly widened. After a moment, he asked in surprise, "Father, are you planning to conquer Egypt?" Devers looked at him and said in a low voice, "Owning Egypt is of great strategic importance to the kingdom's future development. You must have a deep understanding of the kingdom's food production and supply in the past few years. Although there have been no droughts in the past few years, and the harvest is still relatively sufficient, the population of Turia and its neighboring regions is growing rapidly. The local people cannot produce enough food for themselves. We have to import large amounts of food from Sicily, Rome, Africana, and other regions, and the amount is increasing year by year. However, the food production in these regions is almost constant. If this continues, there will be a day when the consumption will exceed the supply. The River region is filled with water and dense forests. It will take a long time to fully develop it. Egypt, on the other hand, has been the granary of the Mediterranean since ancient times. Owning it is equivalent to having a long-term food supply. Furthermore, once we defeat Persia, we will occupy some territories along the Asian coast of the eastern Mediterranean. With Egypt providing security, the kingdom's rule over there will be more stable. Chapter 1268. Clodocatax was no longer the naive young man who had graduated from the Turii school. From an ordinary civil guard in Rome to the governor of Rome, from an ignorant recruit to commanding the army, finally winning the Greek War and serving as a consul. For the past 5 years, he had actively participated in the administration of the kingdom's government. Under the intentional training of Devers, Clodocatax had grown into a qualified leader with both civil and military skills. Of course, he would no longer consider problems based on personal preferences, but more from the perspective of the kingdom to consider the gains and losses of the overall interests. Therefore, after contemplating for a while, he did not explicitly object, but reminded with some concern, "Father, we are about to launch an attack on Persia. If we go to conquer Egypt at this time, will it affect the original military plan? After all, Egypt is an ancient kingdom with its own unique civilization, a large population, and a complicated political situation. I'm afraid it will not be easy to conquer it. If the Egyptians continue to resist and cause the war to drag on, it will be troublesome. We can't rule out this possibility." Devers nodded slightly and said, "So we have to try our best to avoid such a situation from happening. In the past 100 years, they have been invaded and ruled by the Ethiopians and Persia. Now, the dynasty established by Tanib and the others is mainly composed of Libyans. Most of the time, the Egyptian people have been relatively obedient, so why can't they be ruled by us, Dionia? After all, in recent years, Dionia and Egypt have close trade contact. Our cheap and good goods have flooded the Egyptian people, and the Egyptian merchants and civilians have a good impression of us. Also, because the two countries are allies, the troops we have sent to Egypt over the past few years have been strictly disciplined, not harassing the local people, and not forcing them to buy or sell. They have always fought bravely and performed far better than Egypt's own army, winning a good reputation in Egypt. This has laid a good foundation for us to conquer Egypt in the future." Devers paused and pondered for a while. He rearranged his thoughts, and then with a confident and firm tone, he slowly said the idea that he had been thinking about for a long time. "As long as we can do the following, I believe that the situation that you are worried about will not happen, and our rule over Egypt will be very stable. First, you are right. Egypt is indeed a kingdom with a unique civilization and a long history. We cannot rule Egypt the way we rule other regions. We must first treat it as a unique region of the kingdom and rule it in the way of the Egyptian pharaohs, using the Egyptian pharaohs' method." Clodocatax was deep in thought. Although we, the people of Dionia, believe in Hades and other gods, the Egyptians are far more devout than we are. They have dedicated their life and death to God, and God dominates everything about them. Therefore, we must get the support of the Egyptian monks like Tanib and recognize the rights they once had. We can recognize their autonomy in the upper reaches of the Nile, and even prevent the spread of the faith of Hades in Egypt. In this way, we can get their full cooperation and help us consolidate our rule in Egypt. Hearing this, Clodocatax wanted to say something, but stopped. Devers knew what his son was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and said gently, "As the descendants of Hades, we have done a lot for him. I think he will forgive us. After all, it is a very ancient land, and the gods there are older than him. He probably never expected to get the recognition of the Egyptians." Clodocatax was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. Secondly, I have read the information about Egypt collected by the Intelligence Department in detail. In the past, when these foreign races ruled Egypt, Persia faced the fiercest resistance. Why? Because the king of Persia gave all the land in the Egyptian delta to the nobles of Persia. Those Persian nobles treated the Egyptians in their fiefdom as slaves, and oppressed them severely. Of course, the Egyptians would resist fiercely. Why did Artaxerxes attack Egypt several times? I'm afraid that the Egyptian nobles are behind this, because they are not willing to give up this land that will make them richer. If we conquer Egypt, we must learn from this lesson. We cannot colonize a large number of territories like we have conquered in the past. Instead, we must try not to colonize Egypt and fight with the Egyptians for land. Devers stretched out 2 fingers and said solemnly, "Theocracy and land. As long as we basically maintain the status quo in Egypt and do not make any major changes, I think Dionia will be able to conquer Egypt quickly and stabilize it quickly." Theocracy and land. Clodocatax murmured and asked hesitantly, "Father, are we making too big of a concession? Will it leave a huge hidden danger for us to rule Egypt in the future?" "Look, you didn't want to conquer Egypt just now, but now you are worried about the issue of power," Devers said jokingly. "Father, Clodocatax was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain. Devers smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We have made a lot of concessions, but as long as we can quickly stabilize Egypt, we will get a large granary and a stable territory in the eastern Mediterranean. After all, we are outsiders. If we want to get the approval of the Egyptians, we have to make big concessions at the beginning. But as time goes by, the Egyptians will fully accept the rule of Dionia and fully recognize the royal family of Hades Devers as the supreme ruler of Egypt. At that time, we will gradually make some changes to the governance of Egypt. Egypt's unique culture is gradually formed over a long period of time. We need to be patient, we can't rush it." Clodocatax pondered for a moment and agreed with this. "Well, now we have reached a consensus on the problem of Egypt." Devers patted the chair and asked, "If we really want to send troops to conquer Egypt first, who do you think is the most suitable person to lead the troops?" "Prososus," Clodocatax said without hesitation. "His military command ability is one of the best in the kingdom. His political adaptability is not weak either. He is also very loyal to the kingdom. More importantly, he has experience fighting in Egypt. He is the most suitable candidate." Prososus is indeed a very suitable candidate, but using him to conquer Egypt is too much of a waste. Devers shook his head and said a name. "Let Chalcidius lead the troop. The commander of the 7th Legion, Chalcidius." Now that Clodocatax was very familiar with the kingdom's army and generals, he immediately recalled the history of this general. Devers continued, "When Prososus was the commander of the 8th Legion, Chalcidius, as a catanei, was the first captain of the 8th Legion. He performed very well in the war against Carthage, and was promoted to commander after the war. In the Greek War, when Prososus led the army to rescue Egypt, Chalcidius's 8th Legion was the main force. He contributed the most in the defensive battle against Persia and performed the best. This shows that he has strong military ability and is also familiar with Egypt. And unlike Prososus, his communication skills are not weak. He is good at dealing with the relationship between the army and the people. In the battle report of the 8th Legion in Egypt submitted by the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was specifically mentioned that all the towns where the 8th Legion was stationed, the Egyptian officials and people actively cooperated. We want to conquer Egypt and reduce the Egyptian people's resentment towards Dionia. We need a commander who can handle the relationship between the two sides. After listening to Devers's explanation, Clodocatax had no objections to Chalcidius becoming the commander of the army to attack Egypt. He only reminded softly, "Father, all of our plans are based on the possibility that Jiahou might be dead. If Jia Hao is lucky enough to be alive, the alliance between the kingdom and Egypt should continue, of course. However, it is best to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard when accidents happen. After everything is prepared, everything depends on whether Hades is protecting us, Devers said calmly, but there was a hint of undetectable glint in his eyes. Then, he said in a more serious tone, but if Jia Hao is really dead, other than letting Chalcidius lead the army to attack Egypt, I'm afraid the Ministry of Military Affairs' plan to attack Persia will have to be carried out quickly. The Greek coalition army to attack Persia needs to be formed as soon as possible. I plan to let Persosus be the commander of the coalition army and launch an attack on Asia Minor as soon as possible to contain Persia and prevent them from attacking Egypt, which would seriously affect our conquest of Egypt. After the sports event, the kingdom will immediately mobilize the military. I will lead the main force of the kingdom's army to Egypt and stabilize the situation there as soon as possible. Once the war starts, the kingdom will definitely have a lot of work to do, and the pressure on all sides will increase. Moreover, the kingdom's elite troops will be deployed to the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and the defense in the country will be significantly reduced. However, in terms of administration, Cyprilos, Antares, and Hacker will help you. In terms of military affairs, Olivers and Printos will also help you. I also plan to let your brother-in-law, Patroclus, stay in Turiae to protect the safety of the kingdom. However, the burden on your shoulders is still not light. Father, don't worry. I will do my best to maintain the stability and prosperity of the kingdom, and wait for your triumphant return. Clodocatax said in a low voice. Divers used a gentle gaze to scrutinize his son, who was in the prime of his life, but his expression was a little complicated. Chapter 1269. After a long time, the Devers' expression became resolute. When I defeat Persia and return in triumph, I will abdicate, and you will take over as the second king of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. Clodocatax was shocked when he heard this. Father, you are hale and hearty, healthy, and have never been seriously ill. The doctor said that you can live for more than 100 years. Why do you suddenly say that you want to abdicate? Please dispel this absurd idea. I will never agree to it. He was very emotional and even a little frightened. He almost knelt down to the Devers. The Devers looked at him kindly and comforted him. My son, I know you are very filial, but this idea of mine is not a spur of the moment. I have been thinking about it for a long time. The Devers reached out again and gently pressed his son's broad shoulders. He said with emotion, I went from a poor mercenary to the king of the powerful Mediterranean kingdom. In addition to the protection of Hades, I relied on hard work, persistent hard work. From being afraid of battle to personally leading the soldiers to charge, from not knowing about war to knowing about war, from being unfamiliar with political affairs to being familiar with the big and small problems of the kingdom. For more than 30 years, I did not dare to relax for even a moment. I always reminded myself that I must work hard. I must work hard. Otherwise, everything I have achieved before will be for naught. Now that the political situation of the kingdom is stable, and the great cause of unifying the Mediterranean Sea is about to be completed, I have nothing to worry about. The Devers used his other hand to massage his thigh and said softly, You think that I am in good health, but that is all an illusion. In the past few years, I often can't eat because of stomach pain, and the joints of my shoulders and knees often hurt. These are all problems left from the previous battles. I am old. Not only do I lack energy, but my memory is also declining. I often fall asleep when I am reviewing documents, and sometimes I forget some important things. As Clodocatax listened, he felt sad. With red eyes, he said eagerly, Father, you don't have to work as hard as before. I have grown up, and I can share a lot of things with you. You just need to continue to control the direction of the kingdom. There's no need. Devers interrupted him with a smile. Clotho, I have worked hard for most of my life, and I really want to live a simple and leisurely life. I want to chat and laugh with my old friends without any worries, and I want to travel around the world without any worries. I want to see Athens, Sparta, Carthage, Byzantium. Of course, I want to bring your two mothers with me. After so many years, how can I not know that your mothers worry about me day and night every time I go to war? How could I not know that I've been dealing with political affairs in the palace until late at night? Your mothers have been waiting for me, Devers said emotionally. I owe them a lot. I want to use the rest of my life to make it up to them. Clotho, will you give me this opportunity? Father. Clotho Catax hesitated. Devers smiled freely and said seriously, the reason why I want to abdicate is also to set an example for our Hades Devers family. When people get old, their thoughts tend to become rigid, conservative, and stubborn. This is nothing for ordinary people, but for a kingdom, this is not conducive to the development of the kingdom. Let the heir ascend the throne earlier and accumulate more experience. If there are any problems, the father and son can still discuss it. This is beneficial to the whole kingdom. There has never been a kingdom that has never been prosperous. Let the successor have more experience, and there will be fewer muddle-headed people. Our Hades Devers family may be able to persist longer. Perhaps this is just a naive idea of mine. Divers smiled again and said earnestly, it's better for us to focus on what's in front of us. Even if Persia is defeated by us in the future and the kingdom controls the entire Mediterranean Sea, there will still be a lot of problems that Dionia will face. Just like how you've always been worried about how to change Dionia's national policy of establishing a kingdom through military force, how to make the kingdom develop more stably, how to make the forces of the entire Mediterranean Sea more and more integrated into the kingdom without splitting up, also, even without Persia and Carthage as opponents, the kingdom will have many enemies in the future, such as the Gauls living in the vast territory north of the Alps, and the more savage and fierce Germanic living in the jungle north of the Gauls. These problems need to be faced by you. Some of these problems will even continue to the next generation of Chris, or even further. So don't worry, take it slow. Father. Clotho Catax was so excited that he wanted to say something. Devers waved his hand again to interrupt him. Well, we've been out long enough. It's time to go back to the banquet. Don't let everyone worry. Remember, this matter must be kept a secret. Clotho Catax's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. In the end, he could only squeeze out a cry of grievance. Yes, Devers stood up and pushed the door of the study open. Looking at the dark night outside, he seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. He said in a relaxed tone, for the next few days, let's enjoy the sports while waiting for the news from Africa. The exciting performance on the first day of the Dionysian Games had ignited the passion of the participants and spectators. The following matches were in full swing. To the people of Tulii, it was as if they were participating in a celebration every day. They would cheer crazily at the side of the arena, and after the matches, they would drink and celebrate in the restaurants, but in this festive atmosphere, the ordinary people had no idea that the Egyptian emissary delegation had encountered a storm at sea. No one knew that on the second morning of the opening ceremony, the king of Devers had called Aristyras, the director of the intelligence department, to the study of his mansion for a secret meeting. On the fifth day of the competition, the individual archery final was being held in the archery stadium in the west of Turin. The finalists were Megachides of Crete and Stesippus of the Turin region of Dionia. Both sides had completed the required 3 rounds, a total of 9 arrows, and were waiting for the referee to calculate the results. In fact, after every round, the target announcer would bring over the round wooden board with the arrows and show it to the contestants and the audience to show the fairness of the competition. Therefore, both the contestants and the audience had a rough idea of the results of the competition. But when the referee announced loudly, Megachides of Crete, 86 points, Stesippus of Turin, 86 points, The audience sighed with regret, but then they applauded enthusiastically. When the archery competition had just started, there were not many spectators. More than half of the audience came to watch the event out of curiosity, which had never been seen in other games. Many of them even had no choice but to buy tickets to the archery stadium to experience the real atmosphere of the games, because they could not buy tickets to other games. However, the ingenious setting of the archery competition schedule by the preparatory team, as well as the unique, quiet, and exciting competition style of archery compared to other competitive sports, gradually attracted a large number of fans. By the time the final round came, it was already difficult to get a ticket. The two sides are tied, so there will be an extra round. As soon as the referee's voice trailed off, the audience began to cheer. Of course, they were happy to have more games, and most of the audience were cheering for Stysippus. After all, Stysippus was a Turan. Among the few who were cheering for Megakides, Siratheos cheered the loudest. Siratheos was eliminated in the semi-final of the 100-meter sprint the day before yesterday. He did not have much confidence in winning the championship, but he was not too depressed. On the contrary, because of his eye-catching performance a few days ago, there were people who approached him in private, expressing their desire to marry their daughters to him. However, none of these people were citizens of Dionia. The reason was simple. Most of the young women of Dionia had received orthodox education from Dionia schools since childhood. Most of them were knowledgeable, intelligent, and open-minded women. Handsome faces and strong bodies were not enough to fully attract them. Moreover, the current trend in Dionia was to revere heroes on the battlefield, honest and capable officials, and knowledgeable scholars. Siratheos was not even a citizen of Dionia. He was just a Greek from a barren island. The young women of Dionia had become the overlord of the Greek world, so they were extremely proud. Therefore, they would not consider this aspect at all. Siratheos was jumping and shouting in the audience, but it did not affect Megakides at all. His attention was on his opponent. He was an elderly citizen of Dionia, but he did not look fat at all. Instead, he was burly and well-proportioned, with short hair and a pair of sharp eyes. He looked calm and capable. Noticing that Megakides was looking at him, the Turan player named Stysippus turned his head and smiled at him. There was a kind of grace in his gestures, which made Megakides a little impressed. The extra round begins. Both contestants, please get ready. The referee's voice brought Megakides back to his senses. He took an arrow from the staff next to him and put it on the bowstring. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The distracting thoughts in his mind were expelled along with his breath. He slowly raised the bow and pulled the bowstring. When his right arm was slightly above his shoulder, and his left hand pulled the bowstring to his ear, he stopped all his movements like a statue, completely still. The experienced audience held their breath at this moment, and the entire archery stadium became unusually quiet. After a while, they heard whoosh, whoosh. 2 bowstrings sounded one after another, and 2 arrows were shot out. Megakides didn't pay attention to the situation of the hit. Instead, he calmly took another arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. Chapter 1270. After a while, after the 3 arrows were shot, the audience became lively again and enthusiastically speculated about the outcome of the match. Soon, the target announcers held up 2 round wooden boards and came to the contestants and the audience, and the referee's voice sounded again. 26. 26, both sides are tied, 1 more round. After looking at the arrows on the target and confirming that the referee's decision was correct, the audience was excited. The match is so exciting. The 2 contestants are of similar levels, and it's difficult to determine the winner in a short time, causing the match to be prolonged. The ticket price is definitely worth it. Megakides looked at Stysippus again, and Stysippus smiled back, which further aroused Megakides' competitive spirit. Another round of the match began, and the audience became even quieter. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 contestants. However, the goddess of fortune once again played a joke on them. Both contestants were tied again, but the result was a little lower, 22-22. The audience was as lively as boiling water, especially those Dionia spectators who had bought Tino's blessing, who were extremely nervous, eagerly hoping that the contestant they had chosen would win. On the other hand, the referee and the staff gathered together and discussed something with a serious expression on their faces. Only the two contestants sat quietly on the wooden chairs, closing their eyes to recover some physical strength. The referee walked up to the two contestants and said loudly, "Considering that the two contestants have already competed for 5 rounds and shot 15 arrows, they must have exhausted a lot of physical strength. Therefore, after discussion, the referee team has decided to use 1 arrow to determine the winner." Indeed, in a normal battle, an archer's arm would be sore and swollen after shooting 6 arrows in a row, and it would be difficult to pull the bowstring. Although the contestants could continuously rest and recover in the archery competition, so the match lasted for almost 3 hours. Shooting 15 arrows had almost exhausted the physical strength of the two contestants, causing their accuracy to gradually decline. "What if they tie again with the next arrow?" many spectators asked loudly. The referee replied without hesitation, "Then shoot 1 more arrow until the winner is decided." There was a commotion in the audience. After sitting for a while, Megakides stood up expressionlessly and put the bowstring on the bow. But when he pulled the bowstring, he clearly felt a burst of pain in his arm. He gritted his teeth and barely pulled the bowstring to his ear. His left hand that was holding the bow was trembling slightly. It was impossible for him to hold the bowstring for a long time like he did in the beginning. As soon as he shot the arrow, he had a bad feeling. He thought to himself, "Oh no!" At this time, he saw that his opponent's arrow had also shot out. With his rich experience, the moment he saw the arrow's power and direction, his heart immediately calmed down. Sure enough, when the target announcer brought the wooden board closer, the audience was in an uproar. The arrow shot by Megadeth struck at an angle at the very bottom of the round board, and was just inside the target. But there was nothing above the plank Stathippus was shooting at. He had missed the mark. The audience was in an uproar. Megadeth looked at Stasippus, but his expression was calm. At this time, the referee walked in front of the contestant and said loudly, "According to the results of the competition, in the name of the gods, I announce that Megadeth is the champion of the archery competition of the Dionia Games." After that, he grabbed Megadeth's hand and raised it high. The audience burst into enthusiastic cheers. Of course, there were quite a few sighs mixed in with them. Stathippus smiled graciously and applauded him. Next was the award ceremony. The staff led Megadeth to the center of the front of the audience. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, the referee solemnly put on a crown made of poplar branches for him and handed him a small cloth bag woven with gold thread. In the cloth bag were 20 gold coins engraved with the words, Dionia Games. The most exciting moment for the Crete audience came. 2 staff unfolded a flag of the city of Crete and handed it to the champion Megadeth. Like other previous champions, he held the flag high and slowly circled the field, accepting the cheers of the audience from all over the Mediterranean Sea. The officials of the Crete athletes delegation were in the audience, and they were all very excited at this time. Judging from the situation in the past few days, the Dionia Games had many strong players, and the competition was very fierce. Especially in the individual archery promotion competition a few days ago, all the other Crete athletes except Megadeth were eliminated. What made them depressed was that even in the archery event that Crete was most confident in, they did not have the confidence to win the championship. However, today, Megadeth finally defended the reputation of Crete's rich archers. How could they not be surprised? So when Megakides left the stage, they immediately greeted him. While praising him loudly, they also asked about his well-being with concern. Megadeth, who was born as a commoner, was surrounded by these Crete aristocratic officials, and he was a little overwhelmed. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear, "Congratulations, Champion Megadeth." Megadeth turned around and saw his opponent named Stithippus standing behind him with a smile. This made him suddenly feel a little ashamed, and he said apologetically, "I just beat you by luck because of my good physical strength." Stithippus looked at him and said seriously, "There are very few people who have such excellent archery skills at your age." Stithippus' words were far more exciting than the praise of the Crete officials, but then he heard Stithippus say, "Are you interested in joining our Dionia? An excellent archer like you is what the Dionysian army urgently needs." Megadeth was stunned. Before he could answer, the person in charge of the Crete delegation immediately retorted loudly, "Megadeth is a citizen of Heraklion. He is the glory of our Crete. He will only stay in Crete, and will never join Dionia." Stithippus glanced at him and asked with a sneer, "If he stays in Crete, will he be able to get a lot of land? Can he enter the city-state's parliament like you, hold an important position, and discuss and make any decisions?" "Megadeth, I have seen your information. You are a commoner, and even if you are the champion, you will not have a chance in Crete where the nobles are in power. But as long as you come to Dionia with your talent, you can get land, wealth, and status. Don't lie. Do you think I don't know that it is not so easy to become a citizen of Dionia? It is said that you have to live here for more than 10 years before you can get it." Siratheos reminded Megadeth loudly from behind. Stithippus glanced at him and said seriously to Megadeth, "That is a decree made by the kingdom for ordinary refugees. For a talented person like you, the Ministry of Military Affairs will definitely pay more attention to you and apply to His Majesty. Although it is impossible to immediately make you a citizen of Dionia, it can shorten the period of time for you to become a citizen. As long as you apply, you will soon be called into the barracks by the Ministry of Military Affairs. After a period of training, you should soon become a captain or company captain of the light infantry battalion of the Dionia Reserve Legion. After 2 or 3 years of service, you can become a citizen of Dionia, and you may even become a team officer of the official legion, enjoying the respect of the people. As the former captain of the light infantry battalion of the 1st Legion of Dionia, what I said is the truth. Go back and think about it. If you are willing, you can find me at the Ministry of Military Affairs in Turii. I am a military training officer there, and I can take you directly to the Minister of Military Affairs, Olivers." After Stithippus finished speaking, he patted Megadeth's shoulder encouragingly, then turned and left. Perhaps the words, "First Legion of Dionia" and "Turii Ministry of Military Affairs" frightened the person in charge of the Crete delegation. He did not dare to interrupt Stithippus during the conversation. It was only after Stithippus had gone far away that he waved his fist and shouted, "I want to protest against the Dionia Games." "You are." Megadeth had never thought about this issue, and when he heard Stithippus's words, his mind was in a mess for a while. Beside him, Siratheis was very envious. He did not expect that after trying so hard to attract attention in the games these days, he would not be able to achieve his beautiful dream. Instead, this poor civilian who only knew how to train every day had been recognized by the officers of Dionia. Seeing the officials of the delegation surrounding Megadeth and painstakingly persuading him, "Don't listen to Stithippus. He is now the hero of Crete, and the city of Crete will never mistreat him." Siratheis could not help but twitch his mouth. Megadeth and his entourage left the stadium and were on their way back to the station. Because he was wearing a laurel crown and a flag, which was the standard attire of the Dionia Games champion, he immediately attracted the attention of the people along the way. They greeted him with reverence and actively inquired about his victory from others. Some even took the initiative to make way for him. Along the way there were constant cheers, and countless envious eyes gathered on him. However, Megadeth seemed a little preoccupied, and he was not in the mood to enjoy such glory. When they arrived at the athletes' hotel, the officials of the delegation separated from Megadeth. Sirathais immediately approached him and whispered, "Hey, Megadeth, what do you think about what the Dionia officer said?" Megadeth, who was calm on the field, seemed hesitant at the moment. "I haven't thought about it yet. What are you thinking about?" "What a good opportunity. If you miss it, it will be gone forever," Siratheos said angrily. "Think about everything we've enjoyed since we arrived here. This is simply an Elysium for athletes. Think about this city. The prosperity of Turiai and the wealth of the citizens of Dionia are far greater than the Athens I have been to. Compared to this, Heraklion of Crete is simply a remote village. If I were you, I would immediately go to the Ministry of Military Affairs in Turiai, find the officer, and ask him to help me join Dionia." Chapter 1271. Megakides was a little tempted by his words, but he still had some concerns in his heart. "But I'm afraid the officials of Crete will not allow me to leave. What's there to worry about?" Sirathous reminded him disapprovingly. "With the support of the Dionia Ministry of Military Affairs, even if those officials are dissatisfied, they will not dare to do anything to you." With Sirathous' reminder, Megakides finally made up his mind. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Sirathous. It's not enough to just thank you verbally." Sirathous said half jokingly and half seriously, "When you become a citizen of Dionia and a military officer of Dionia in the future, don't kick me out when I need your help. Don't worry, I will definitely help you when the time comes." Megakides said affirmatively. On the 7th day of the Dionic Games, most of the events had been presented to the audience. The traditional events of the Greek games had been redesigned and arranged by the Dionians. Not only had the competition schedule become fairer, but it had also become more exciting, such as running and boxing. Traditional boxing matches were held in a relatively large field. Only when the opponent was knocked down or admitted defeat would it be considered a victory. Contestants were often seriously injured or even killed. In the boxing matches of the Dionia Games, contestants on both sides had to wear thick gloves and win by hitting the opponent or knocking the opponent down within a specified time. The contestants were safer, and the matches were less bloody. However, the matches had to be held in a 5-meter square field surrounded by ropes and wooden stakes, which made it impossible for the contestants to dodge at will. The matches became more intense, longer, and more confrontational, which also won a lot of praise from the audience. Because the death rate of the contestants had decreased significantly, women and children were also allowed to watch the matches. The same was true for the wrestling matches. Under the circumstances of ensuring the safety of the contestants and the fairness of the matches, the intensity and confrontation of the matches were increased. Some interesting segments were even added, such as the beautiful female slaves of the kingdom holding the number plate of the start of the next match and walking around the field to attract the attention of the male spectators. Even the representatives of the Olympia and Delphi fell into deep thought when they saw these novel arrangements and designs in the competition. Of course, a traditional sports event like melee was too chaotic and bloody, which was not in line with the aesthetics of Devers. Therefore, it was completely excluded from the Dionia Games. The newly established events of the Dionia Games gave the audience a huge surprise, such as archery and swimming. The Greeks were a seafaring people. Most of them had been playing in the sea since they were young. Paddling in the water had almost become an instinct. However, there had never been a Greek Games that included swimming as a competition event. Perhaps it was because they felt that it was too difficult to compete in the competition. However, the Dionia Games had set the standard for swimming competitions. The organizing team of the Games had demarcated an area by the Kruti River in the west of Turiai and built an open stadium. A large rectangular pit 50 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 2 meters deep was dug in the center of the stadium. Devers cement and smooth marble were applied to the pit. This way, when the water from the Kruti River was channeled into the pool, there would be no obvious leakage. Then, ropes were pulled up at the two ends of the wide pool every 3 meters, forming 8 swimming courses. The conditions for swimming competitions were fully met. Although the first Dionia Games allowed the contestants to use all kinds of swimming styles, there was no standard swimming style at that time, and only different swimming events were set according to the distance. The entire stadium was still packed with spectators. Cheers and shouts echoed along the Crutty River every day. Even though the participants of the swimming competition were not allowed to use olive oil, under the sunlight and in the rippling blue water, the vigorous movements of the swimmers when they swung their arms and kicked their legs also displayed their strength and beauty. It also stimulated the audience's longing and love for the sea. It was the same for the rowing competitions. The Greeks had the means to set up rowing competitions, but the reason why they never held them was probably because most of the Greeks relied on the sea for a living. Sailing, fishing, and trading were very common. It was precisely because they were too common that they lost interest in the competitions. However, the rowing competitions of the Dionia Games were designed to be fun and competitive. There were 2 types of rowing competitions in Dionia. The first type was the rowing competition, which used a wooden boat specially made by the Thurii shipyard for the competition. It was narrow but very slender, and could accommodate 4 to 8 oarsmen. There were no sails, and they had to row their oars to move forward. The competition venue was set in the Crutty River. Just like the races on land, there were preliminaries and finals. There were also several events according to the course of the competition and the number of oarsmen. The shortest course was 1 mile. At the beginning of the competition, the contestants paddled quickly, and the speed of the boat could reach a maximum of 10 knots. It was like the charge of the 3-oared warship in the sea, which made the audience on the shore excited. The other type of rowing competition was the sailing boat, which was modified by the Thurii shipyard based on a small cargo ship. It could only seat 1 person, and it could not use oars. It could only move forward by controlling the sails. Therefore, it was held in the Bay of Thurii. There was no preliminaries, and all the contestants participated together. They set off from the port of Thurii to the port of Tarentum. The competition lasted for a whole day, and many observation boats were set up along the way to prevent the contestants from cheating. This competition tested the contestants' ability to steer a boat in the sea, so the contestants were all experienced boat owners and fishermen from various regions and city-states. At the same time, it attracted a large number of boat owners and fishermen from the Kingdom of Dionia and various city-states to watch and learn. On the 7th day of the Dionia Games, a very traditional competition that the people of Dionia were unfamiliar with began. It was the racing competition. In all the Greek games, the racing competition was the most popular. After all, humans were always passionate about the ultimate pursuit of speed. Among the speed events such as running and rowing, the racing competition was the longest, most intense, and most exciting. It was also the most popular among the Greek nobles. According to the traditional rules of the games, the title of the champion of the racing competition did not belong to the driver of the carriage, but to the person who provided and owned the carriage. This gave the Greek nobles, who did not have time to train and could not compete in person, a chance to win the championship. Therefore, many famous nobles in Greece had won the championship of this competition, such as Alcibid of Athens, the king of Sparta, and the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. However, the Dionia Games had changed the tradition of this competition. In the invitation letter sent to all the city-states, when describing the rules of each event in the Dionia Games, it was emphasized that the glory of the champion of the racing competition would be shared between the driver of the race car and the owner of the race car. The prize money would also be divided equally between the two. In the traditional racing competition of the Greek games, many of the drivers were slaves. It was a humiliation to the Greek nobles that the master and the slave would share the glory of the champion. Even so, many nobles from the Greek city-states still signed up for the competition. This was because Dionia was now powerful, dominating most of the Mediterranean Sea and controlling the Greek world. This was a great opportunity for them to show their names to the king of Dionia, which would greatly benefit their future development in the political arena. These Greek nobles were not the only ones who were passionate about the racing competition of the Dionia Games. The people of Dionia, who loved exciting competitive sports, also flocked to the racing competition that had been rumored for a long time. Therefore, on the day of the competition, thousands of spectators flocked to the competition venue located in the northern part of the Sibari Plain from all directions. As the venue had just been built, it did not even have an official name yet. It was simply called the Turii Racing Arena. When the preparatory team for the games decided on racing as the event, the City Hall of Turii, which had never held a racing competition before, sent a delegation to visit Olympia, Delphi, and other places to learn from them. The delegation included officials and engineers from the Construction Supervision Department. However, when they returned, the design and construction of the arena was very different from the racing arenas in Greece. Just as the Greeks believed that any competition could be watched for free, the people of Dionia were used to paying to watch the competition. Therefore, the arena was closed. Due to the hasty construction time, it was not as magnificent as the main arena of Hades. It was only 20 meters high, and there were only 2 levels of spectator seat. However, its length was longer than any other arena in the kingdom, reaching more than 500 meters. Its appearance was long and oval, so it could accommodate more than 30,000 spectators. It was still early, but the entire auditorium was almost full. The noisy arena suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. It turned out that the king of the Devers and his family had appeared in the grandstand dedicated to the royal family. Like the main arena of Hades, the racing arena also had a grandstand dedicated to the royal family. However, unlike the main arena of Hades, it was not built in the auditorium, but on 2 levels of the auditorium, becoming the highest point of the entire arena. This was considerate consideration by the engineers for the royal family. Because the track of the arena was too long, only by sitting at a higher point could one see the entire track clearly. After waving to the audience, the Devers returned to their seat. Christoia, Dido, and the others restrained the children beside them, forbidding them from running around. Although there were railings around them, it was not a joke to fall from a height of more than 20 meters. Chapter 1272. The Devers ignored the noise of the women and children, looking down at the huge yellow arena paved with a mixture of fine sand and clay, and the long strip of isolation belt in the center of the arena. He asked, "Clotho, how many racing races are there today?" As the leader of the sports preparation team, Clotho Catax knew the entire schedule of all the races like the back of his hand. He immediately replied, "There are 3 racing races today." At this time, there was another round of cheers from the audience. It turned out that the racers were driving their racing cars into their respective starting gate. The Devers looked at the row of starting gates at the south end of the arena with great interest and asked, "Which regions and city-states are the contestants from in the first race?" "There are from the kingdom of the Per-River region, West Namibia, Thebes, the kingdom of the Bruttii region, Macedonia, Cyrenaica, and our Turii region," Clotho Catax said with great familiarity. "It seems that the first round of the race is very competitive." The Devers listened and said excitedly, "The racers from the Per-River region should be Gaul citizens. They are originally good at driving chariots on battlefields with complex terrain. Now that they have switched to the arena, they should be even more at home. The Bruttii region is originally a famous pastoral area of the kingdom. Although in the past, Bruttii horses were more suitable as Toma horses because they were short and good at climbing mountains, they have imported a batch of Lusitanian horses from the Iberian Peninsula and bred them in large numbers. I heard that they are not inferior to Gaul horses. The Cyrenaica Bay horses are also very famous. It is said that they used to sell a large number of them to the nobles of the city-state of Peloponnesus. Macedonian cavalry, I believe you have experienced their strength in the Battle of Tegea a few years ago. And West Lamibia, this is also a region rich in horses. Our light cavalry legion is made up of West Lamibians. These contestants are all from famous horse-producing areas. Whether it is the horses or the racers, they should be the best of the best. I believe that the competition in the race will be very fierce. The Devers commented with great interest while stroking his chin. Grandpa, what about Thebes? Christod interrupted from behind. Thebes. I don't think their car has the ability to compete with the other racers, Devers said with certainty. Father, Thebes have won many championships in the Greek games in the past, and this time, the Thebes are owned by Parapidas, Clodocatax reminded him. The past is the past. In the past, the Greeks did not allow foreigners to participate in the games. The Macedonians who were related to them did not have the opportunity to participate. But in today's sports meeting, the Greeks will see that there are many races in the Mediterranean world who are better at driving carriages than them. Devers still insisted on his own judgment. Therefore, no matter if it's an individual or a country, we must never be complacent. Instead, we must face the world bravely and dare to compete with the strong. Only then can we improve even more. Chris, do you think Grandpa is right? Grandpa is absolutely right. Christopher nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Holding him by her side, Christoya could not help but laugh and scold. Little bootlicker. Devers smiled kindly. Chris, Grandpa has a question for you. Who is Parapidas? The military commander of the Pyotia Alliance. Christopher blurted out. Great. Devers gave a thumbs up and then patted the couch beside him. Come to Grandpa and sit down. Although Christoph was eager to try, he looked at his grandmother first. Go, go. Christoya waved her hand and then reminded Devers, don't let him go near the railing in front. Devers nodded. Christopher excitedly scurried to sit beside Devers and then asked, Grandpa, you haven't told me about the tourist racer yet. Devers slapped his forehead. How could I forget about our racer? Clotho, who is the tourist racer? Who is the owner of the racer? The driver's name is Procris. He's the youngest son of the former cavalry hero, Sobkos. He won first place in the racing event held in the Turii region. The racing car he's driving today should be provided by the Turii Carriage Chamber of Commerce. Soberkos. Devers could not help but feel a little disappointed when he heard this name that had been covered for a long time. I seem to remember that the current president of the Tourist Carriage Association is also Soberko's son? Yes, father. The president of Tuli's Carriage Chamber of Commerce is called Peberigius. He's the eldest son of Sobers. He used to be an officer of the 1st Cavalry Legion, but more than 10 years ago, when the kingdom rescued Wolsey and fought against Rome, his leg was seriously injured. In the end, he had no choice but to retire and run the carriage business that his father left behind. Clodocatax introduced. This family has made a great contribution to the kingdom. Devers sighed. Uncle Clotho, I see that there are 8 gates down there, but why did you only say there are 7 racers? Apox's son, Tisiphonus, suddenly asked. He was 3 years younger than Christos, but he inherited his father's intelligence and steadiness, and had excellent results in school. Clodocatax was stunned. He quickly counted with his fingers and immediately apologized. I missed one. The other racer should be from Egypt. Oh, Egypt! Devers exchanged glances with Clodocatax without batting an eyelid. 5 days after his conversation with his son that night, he received accurate news from the Africa region. Giheo had been found. His ship had crashed under a cliff 100 miles away from Cyrenaica after a storm. His body and that of his entourage had been found among the rock. According to the Africa region's governor, they had all died of drowning. For this reason, the Devers had called for an emergency meeting of the kingdom the day before to convince the ministers to follow his plan to deal with this unexpected incident. On one hand, Dionia would send an emissary and a fleet to Africa to transport the bodies of Giheo and his entourage back to Egypt. On the other hand, the kingdom would temporarily block the news that the Egyptian emissary delegation had been destroyed by the storm. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs would inform Chalcidius to quietly gather a few legions of soldiers in Sicily to observe the situation. Therefore, although the Egyptian delegation in Turis was confused about why their emissary delegation had not arrived yet, they could still participate in the various competitions calmly. It is said that Egypt was the first country to use chariots among the Mediterranean countries. Chariot archers are still an important part of Egypt's army. It looks like the first competition will be very intense. Devers sighed and immediately complained to his eldest son, "You are not as attentive as our little Tishi. Tishi, come and watch the competition with Grandpa." As he spoke, he patted the couch on the other side. "Oh," Tisiphonus replied and stood up to walk forward. "I want to sit with Grandpa too. I want to sit too." Seeing this, the other children started shouting one after another. No matter how much their parents tried to dissuade them, they would not listen. All right, move a couch beside me and let the children sit over here," Devers said with a smile. After seeing that the children had sat down again, he pretended to be serious and said, "If you want to watch the competition with Grandpa, you must agree to a few of Grandpa's requests. First, you must watch quietly and not make any noise. Second, you must actively answer Grandpa's questions. If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded at home." "Grandpa, what is the reward?" "You will know when the time comes. Can you fulfill my requests?" "Yes." "Good child, then let's watch the competition together." Seeing that Devers was happily teasing the children, Christoia spat softly. "This old fellow." Agnes's leisurely voice rang in her ears. If only it was like this every day. Christoia was stunned. Looking at the happy scene between Devers and the children, she could not help but sigh softly. Yes. While the Devers were enjoying the joy of their family in the royal stands, in the VIP seats not far below, the president of the Turii Chamber of Commerce, Sostatus, saw a familiar face. "Hey, Pebericius, I didn't expect you to come to watch the competition." "Nonsense. If I don't come, who will cheer for my brother?" Pebericius was born in the military, so he was more direct with his words. "I know that your brother won the right to participate in the Turii region's competition," Sostatus immediately asked curiously, "but is his competition today?" "He's in the first competition today. There's a notice of the competition posted at the entrance of the arena. Didn't you see it?" "I don't have time to look at it." Sostatus pointed at the group behind him and complained softly, "Look, I have to take care of so many friends. I'm so busy, I don't have time to care about other things." Pebericius glanced at the crowd behind him and said with slight mockery, "Lord Sostatus, you really have a lot of friends. No wonder you can become one of the top merchants in the kingdom. You should be able to earn a lot during the competition." "Sigh, forget about earning money, it's good enough that I don't lose money." Sostatus sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that there was a riot in the big market outside the main port of Turii the day before yesterday. Many foreign merchants couldn't rent shops, so they banded together and put their goods on the side of the road to sell. As a result, 2 streets were blocked. The patrol team went to drive them away, and even got into a conflict with them. You know, these days all the markets in Turii are full of tourists. At that time, there was almost a riot, resulting in casualties among the tourists due to panic and trampling. Fortunately, a large group of soldiers arrived in time and calmed the situation. After the incident, an official from the Ministry of Commerce came to me, hoping that the Turii Chamber of Commerce could set an example by temporarily renting out part of the market to these foreign merchants to ensure the smooth progress of the competition. He even said something like, "This will also be beneficial to the further expansion of the kingdom's trade to the eastern Mediterranean in the future, which will be beneficial to our merchants." "I'm in this trade myself. What an unnecessary move. Chapter 1273. That's why you refused? Impossible. Sostatus' eyes widened. Those officials from the Ministry of Commerce were ordered by the consul to negotiate with me. Clodocatax, he's the next king. How could I refuse? I've been busy convincing those unreasonable fellows in the Turin Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. My mouth is dry, but I've finally managed to get them to make some concessions. Even though you've suffered some losses, you've made the consul remember you. Furthermore, the Ministry of Commerce owes you a huge favor. I think it'll be more beneficial to your business in the future. Pebericius said enviously. Who knows what will happen in the future? His Majesty the Devers has known about me for a long time, but I still have to work hard to develop myself. Sostatus shrugged and mocked himself. He then looked at Pebericius. I'm envious of your Chamber of Commerce. Unlike us, you don't have to deal with so many troubles. Not only will your profits increase greatly during the sports meet, but you'll also receive good reviews from everyone. Our profits increase greatly. Pebericius shook his head. I'm afraid you haven't ridden in our Chamber of Commerce's carriage recently. Don't you know that the demand for carriages is extremely high? We're charging the same fees as usual, but it's more tiring than usual, especially for athletes and foreign VIPs. We have to work from dawn to dusk to pick them up in time. This is what we agreed upon with the Ministry of Commerce beforehand. At this point, Pebericius' expression became extremely solemn. However, as citizens of Turin and Ionia, we should contribute at this crucial time. As long as the kingdom can successfully host the sports meet, it'll be our pride. That's right. That's right. He knew very well that many officers who had been in the regular army for a long time, even if they were retired, would speak in a similar manner. He quickly changed the topic and called Hesklaus over. Let me introduce you to a friend, Hesklaus. He's a merchant from Peleus who's been working with me for a long time. Then, he introduced Hesklaus to Hesklaus. You're talking about an important person. His father was one of the founders of the Dionia Cavalry Regiment, a famous hero of the kingdom. He used to be an officer of the 1st Cavalry Legion of Dionia and has made great achievements in battle. Now, he's in charge of the huge Turin Carriage Chamber of Commerce. All of you will have to listen to his commands when you're in Turin. Hesklaus immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Pebericius, it is my honor to meet you. Upon hearing the word Peleus, Pebericius' heart skipped a beat. Ever since the Greek War, many of the upper class in Thurii knew that King Divers was born in Peleus of Thessaly. So, he hurriedly supported Hesklaus and asked with interest, Don't listen to Sostatus's bragging. I'm just a merchant like you. What do you do? Hesklaus and I are partners in the pottery business. The Athens pottery shop in the Thurii market is his property. Sostatus continued, before the sports competition, His Majesty even personally sent someone to the shop to order pottery. Did His Majesty receive you? Pebericius looked at Hesklaus, his eyes shining with desire. No. Not yet. Hesklaus lowered his eyes guiltily. Although he didn't, His Majesty knows everything. That's why he sent Lord Ribazot to personally deliver the order to the shop, Sostatus interrupted with a smile. Pebericius pondered for a moment and smiled as well. Since His Majesty has taken a fancy to your pottery, it means that the quality of your pottery is very good. If there's time, I'll introduce the members of our Chamber of Commerce to buy your pottery. Hesklaus thanked him profusely. Although Sostatus's expression was calm, he was actually quite happy. Over the past few days, he had successfully promoted Hesklaus' pottery to many of the upper class through this method in various arenas. Father, the competition is about to begin. Lyria's urging voice came from behind. Amidst the noise of the audience, the three of them, like the rest of the audience, soon saw that King Divers, who was wearing a golden crown, was standing on the railing of the royal stand. His right hand, which was stretched out in the air, was holding a red cloth, which was unusually eye-catching. Suddenly, he let go of his right hand, and the red cloth fluttered to the ground. The 8 starting gates on the east side of the arena sprang open at the same time under the effect of a mechanism, and 8 chariots dashed out. The entire arena immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. The 32 horses, who had been impatient for a long time, raised their hooves with all their might. The wheels spun rapidly, and the chariots rumbled forward. 8 fully equipped drivers pulled the reins tightly with one hand and raised the whip with the other. They shouted loudly and whipped the horses at the same time. The reason why they let the horses gallop forward from the beginning was mainly to get a good position. The 8 starting gates were distributed in a fan shape, and their positions had a greater impact on the starting position of the racing cars. The position closest to the middle of the arena, the strip of separation, was the most advantageous, and the position closest to the audience was the worst. Although the Dionia Games emphasized fair competition, it was inevitable that there would be favoritism. This was human nature. For example, the racing cars of the Turii region were arranged in the starting gate closest to the middle of the arena. Based on their relationship with the kingdom, they were Brudi, Periver, Western Namibia, Egypt, Thebes, and Macedonia. Cyrenaica was the outermost. After all, it and Dionia were only friendly neighbors, not allies. Therefore, as soon as the race began, the 8 racing cars rushed to the track at lightning speed. Soon, the front and back were separated, and the Turii contestant, Procris, took the lead. When Soberx died in battle, Procris was only a child, but Soberx had laid a solid foundation for his family. His carriage shop had more than a dozen carriages and dozens of employees. He was already the president of the newly established Turii Carriage Chamber of Commerce and had a good reputation throughout Dionia. At that time, the kingdom had not been established, it was just an alliance, and the territory included was not large. After his death, his eldest son, Pebericius, did not pay much attention to the carriage business at first. Instead, he dedicated his passion to cavalry, so he was promoted to the captain of the 1st Cavalry Regiment at a young age. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. During the Battle of Wolsey, he was injured and fell off his horse. Unfortunately, his leg was trampled by the horse, causing him to be permanently disabled. He had no choice but to retire and devote all his energy to the carriage business. Since he was a retired veteran and had meritorious deeds, coupled with his father's influence, he received support and help from many parties. His career grew along with the expansion of the kingdom. Not only did the family's carriage business expand from Turii to other towns, but they also began to dabble in the carriage manufacturing industry. This gave Pebericius quite a reputation in the carriage business of the kingdom. Compared to his brother, who had experienced many hardships and was smart and capable, Procris naturally paled in comparison. Under the protection of his father and brother, he lived a carefree life and did not have any outstanding performances. Instead, because he inherited his father's hobby of driving, he would secretly act as a coachman for the Turii people from time to time, and he became a joke among the young people of the Turii. After the Devers announced that the Dionia Games would be held, Procris decided to participate in the racing competition and prove himself with the glory of being the champion. Because of this, he received strong support from his brother. Not only did he search for the most suitable horses from the entire Mediterranean Sea, but he also hired a coachman who was once the champion of the racing competition to be his coach. Procris had been training tirelessly for 2 years just for this day. At the moment when the door of the starting point sprang open and the carriage dashed out, countless thoughts flashed through Procris' mind. Soon, they turned into a firm and loud shout, "Go! Go! Go!" A moment later, his carriage was already charging ahead. From the corner of his eyes, he swept a glance at the field staff standing on the platform with buckets in their hand. His excited mood cooled down a little, and he immediately remembered his coach's advice. He began to pull the reins back a little bit, letting the equally excited horse slow down a little. After all, this was not a single short race, but a long race of more than 14 miles, which required continuous endurance. He could not go all out at the beginning, otherwise he would not be able to accelerate in the second half of the race. Just when he was trying his best to control the horse's speed, he suddenly heard a wah-wah sound from the outside. He turned his head to look and saw that a carriage had caught up with him. The coachman was wearing a helmet with horns on his head, and he was baring his teeth at him with a ferocious expression. "Damn Gauls!" Procris shouted back at him, not to be outdone. He did not have to worry that the other party would attack him out of anger. Not to mention that both parties were citizens of Dionia, the referees had repeatedly emphasized to the participants of the race, ensure the safety of the race. Do not maliciously attack or harm your opponent during the race, or you will be disqualified. The Gauls' approach was nothing more than a psychological tactic. Procris was not moved by it, and he focused on driving the carriage. The statue of Poseidon on the platform and the statue of the King of Devers on horseback flashed past the corner of his eyes. There were 3 pillars in front of him, and he knew that it was time to turn. The distance of 500 meters on the straight track would take some time for a runner to finish, but for a 4-horse carriage running at full speed, it was only a matter of a few blinks of the eye. However, turning at high speed was an extreme test of the driver's driving ability. Procris did not dare to relax at all. He held the reins tightly, keeping the carriage close to the platform. The 4 white horses galloped side by side, bypassing the stone pillars almost at the same time. Chapter 1274. Then, Procris felt his racecar suddenly swinging to the outside. He heard a loud bang, and the violent vibration almost caused him to fall off his racecar. Fortunately, he held on to the reins. The Gaul cursed angrily beside him. His racecar had collided with his opponent's racecar. All the racers wanted to regain their leading position at the turn, so they sped up and attempted to overtake the racecar from the outside. The 8 racecars were almost squeezed together, and many collisions occurred. Such an exciting scene caused the spectators to gasp in surprise, and at the same time, their enthusiasm to watch the race increased. Their cheers grew louder and louder. Unlike a certain epic movie in his past life, where racecars had saws on their axles that could damage other racers' racecars, such cheating was not allowed in the Greek games. Racecars had to go through strict inspection before they were allowed to enter the venue. This was even more so in the Dionia games. Bad behavior such as hitting an opponent with a whip would only result in a forfeit. Therefore, this collision between the racecars did not result in a tragic crash, but it did affect the speed of the racecars. Just as Procris' racecar slowed down due to the collision, another racecar quickly overtook it from the outside and rushed to the front. The racecar was shining with a golden light. The driver was tanned, and his clothes were also shining with the same golden light. The 4 black horses were also equipped with gorgeous headdresses, making the entire racecar look magnificent. It turned out that this was a racecar from Egypt. He was not a slave like the Greek racecars, but a minor Egyptian nobleman who specialized in driving for the heir to the pharaoh, Jeho. Jeho had sent him to the race to curry favor with Dionia, and to show Dionia and the other cities of the Mediterranean see the ability and image of Egypt. However, when the race began, the Egyptian emissary delegation led by Jeho still had not reached Turai. This disappointed the Egyptian racecar, but it did not affect his performance in the race. Although he was lagging behind at the start, he was not overly anxious. Unlike the other racers, he did not accelerate at the turn. Instead, he calmly drove his racecar to the outermost edge. With his superb driving skills, not only did he not lose time due to the detour, he even took advantage of the other racecars colliding with each other to rush to the front. Seeing this, the Gaul racer panicked. He whipped his horse, trying to get his car to catch up. In the end, it collided with the cars on the outside, and the broody racer cursed. Procris was still rather calm. He did not wave his whip, but shook the reins lightly. At the same time, he whistled and shouted, "Efila! Run, run!" According to Coach Procris, adding Mares to the horses pulling the race car might slow them down a little, but it can ensure the stability of the race car. At the same time, it can stimulate the horses to compete with each other and speed up the horses at critical moment. Procris accepted his suggestion, and in the end, he realized that the results were very good during the training. In the end, the mare named Efila even became the stabilizer of the entire race car. At this moment, the clever young mare seemed to understand the meaning of her master. She neighed a few times and directly moved forward. The three young stallions also followed closely behind her and exerted their strength. Procris's car instantly accelerated and broke away from the crowded racecar pile. If the horse's running had been slightly off course, it might have collided with the anxious Gaul racecar next to it. A moment later, the racecars on the field were divided again. The Egyptian racecar charged in front, followed by Procris, Gaul, Brutty, and Thebes, while Cyrenaica and West Namibia were slightly behind. Everyone was chasing each other, each showing their abilities, stirring up clouds of dust. The scene was very intense. The cheers of the audience continued to be explosive. Although the Dionysian engineers had used a method of mixing fine sand and clay to lay out the racetrack, it was still impossible to prevent dust from flying into the air. Procris, who was following closely behind the Egyptian racer, naturally tasted the pain of eating dust. Through the fog of dust, he saw the staff on the middle ridge platform picking up the iron hook and hooking one of the silver dolphin statues erected high in the row. His heart skipped a beat. It was already one lap. He immediately focused because in front of these dolphins was the stone pillar that had to turn. He saw the Egyptian racecar in front of him sticking close to the middle ridge line, obviously intending to hold the inner circle. He turned his head to look to the side and saw that no other racecar had caught up, so he did not hesitate to pull the reins to the outside while whistling urgently. The four horses immediately rushed to the outer circle, still maintaining high speed when turning. Due to inertia, Procris's car once again swung outward and tilted to the right, looking like it was about to overturn. The nearby audience cried out in concern. However, Procris did not panic. He grabbed the reins, stood firmly on his legs, and controlled his center of gravity. The car's left wheel was suspended in the air, and only after the right wheel rolled for a moment did the left wheel land safely. The Dionia audience breathed a huge sigh of relief, followed by thunderous cheers for Procris's wonderful performance. This was the fast cornering technique that Procris had been practicing for the past 2 years. Successfully displaying it in a real race also doubled his confidence. He shouted excitedly, "Good job, Eftera! Good job, lads!" The four horses responded with a high-pitched neigh. Their four hooves ran even more vigorously, dragging the car and giving chase. The Egyptian racecar saw that Procris had caught up to his side, and felt a little nervous. He immediately waved his whip and shouted, "Brace! Brace!" The racecars learned their lesson and tried to widen the gap between them when turning, but tragedy still happened. The Macedonian racecar, who was lagging behind, was eager to catch up. He still maintained high speed when turning, but he did not have the superb driving skills of Procris. After the collision with the Western Namibian racecar in front, the car overturned and the racecar driver was thrown out. The audience cried out in alarm. The paramedics immediately ran to the scene of the accident, lifted the injured racecar driver on a stretcher, and led the car to the exit of the venue. Fortunately, the Macedonian racecar was the last to arrive, so all the cleanup work was relatively quick and did not affect the race. The doctor arrived quickly and carefully examined the racecar driver's injuries. He found that apart from a dislocated arm, head concussion, and a little faint, there were no external injuries. He was considered lucky. Of course, this was also related to some safety measures adopted by the Dionia Games for racing. The racing referee team of the Dionia Games required the racecars to wear helmets with soft cotton lining, as well as thick leather jackets and trousers. They even reduced the starting point to avoid collisions due to too many cars in the race. Even so, accidents still occurred. Racing was indeed the most dangerous event in the games. Disgrace. This was a disgrace to Macedonia. In the VIP seats, Prince Philly of Macedonia was furious. The Macedonian ambassador next to him comforted him. You don't have to be angry. Although Macedonia is rich in horses, people like to ride horses and rarely drive cars. Furthermore, he has never participated in any racing competitions before. The native Greek city-states see Macedonia as barbarians and do not allow them to participate in the various games in Greece. He has no racing experience at all. He only signed up for this event because of Dionia's hospitality. It is inevitable that he would suffer such a failure. Philly obviously could not accept such an explanation. He said sternly, since he has participated in the competition, he must have the ambition to win. If he has no experience, he can learn from those who have. Seize the time to train. Dionia sent out the invitation letter a year ago. What has he been doing for the past year? His performance in the race is so clumsy, causing the spectators to look down on us. How can we accept this? The Macedonian ambassador was a little embarrassed. His face darkened and he simply ignored Philly. He stared at the race and thought to himself, although you are a prince, you do not have any rights. You have come to Dionia without permission and have already caused me a lot of trouble. Now you actually dare to yell at me. You really don't know what's good for you. The Macedonian ambassador's disdainful attitude made Philly clench his teeth. Although he was young, he was more experienced in the ways of the world. He knew very well why the other party dared to do this. It was not only because he was insignificant in Macedonia. Even his elder brother, King Perdiccas of Macedonia, did not have much influence in the country. Most of the power was controlled by Ptolemy and a few other ministers. He even suspected that if it were not for the support of Dionia, the shameless Ptolemy, who claimed to be Perdiccas and his stepfather, would have long usurped the throne. The royal power in the country had declined, and in the eyes of many city-states and countries, Macedonia was a poor and backward country. Compared to the neighboring kingdom of Dionia and the Thessaly region, it was a world of difference. The main reason why Philly secretly came to Dionia was not to watch the sports meet. Instead, he wanted to find out the real reason why a small city-state like Dionia had become such a powerful kingdom in just a short period of 20 to 30 years. However, the population of Turin was so huge that he was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, no one paid any attention to him. He was shocked by the prosperity of this huge city. Lacking administrative experience, he could not see through this prosperity and see the real secret that caused this prosperity. Sometimes he could not help but feel depressed. Was the Macedonian royal family going to be under the protection of Dionia forever? Could it be that Macedonia would never be able to create miracles like Dionia? The race was still intense. 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. The first 2 racers were always the Egyptian and Turin racers. The 2 racers were closely chasing each other, and the gap between them was at most a horse's body length. The 3rd to 5th positions were constantly changing. Sometimes it was Gaul, sometimes it was Brutty, and sometimes it was Corinth. They were chasing each other, and it was very lively. The audience outside the stadium cheered. Chapter 1275. At this time, the staff on the platform began to get busy. They used buckets to scoop water from the pools on the platform, and then splashed it on the horses that passed by them. Why are we splashing water on the horses? That's because the temperature of the horse's body will gradually rise when it runs strenuously. If its body temperature is too high for a long time, the horse will get sick and even die. So splashing water on the horses to help them cool down can protect them from getting sick after the race. Oh, so that's how it is. Why is the animal in the middle that represents the number of laps, and not other animals? I like elephants and hippos. No, I like Aunt Eunice's black cat better. That's because this arena is holding car racing or horse racing. The main object of the competition is the horses, and Poseidon is the patron saint of horses. Can anyone tell me what Poseidon's animal messenger is? I know, it's a dolphin. Yes, it's a dolphin. The silver statue of a dolphin is used to mark the number of laps run by the racing horses. It's a beautiful wish to get Poseidon's blessing to protect the participating horses. Oh, so that's how it is. Uncle Apox, is the statue of Poseidon placed in the middle of the arena also to protect the horses? Yes, that's right. Is Grandpa's statue also placed there for this reason? Apox, who patiently answered all kinds of questions from the children like an encyclopedia, was stumped. He cleverly threw the question to his father. Chris, shouldn't you ask your grandpa this question? Devers listened to the chatter of his children while watching the race. At this moment, he did not have the majesty of a king at all. Instead, he was like an old man enjoying the happiness of his family. He said with a smile, I don't know why, Chris. You have to ask your father. He is responsible for the construction of this arena. Clodo Katak saw his father's intention and said jokingly, I don't know why either. The whole pattern of the middle of the arena was designed by your Uncle Erex, so of course I approved the construction. When the children looked at Erex, who was sitting beside Eunice, with questions in their eyes, the sculptor master, who was usually taciturn but always straightforward, said perfunctorily, Kids, don't you think this design is beautiful? When the children nodded in agreement, Antibris burst into laughter and could not help but say, Brother-in-law, you're usually so honest, but now you've learned to lie. You might as well just say that you're trying to suck up to Daddy by doing this. Indeed, the composition and construction of the middle ridge of the arena looked very imposing. However, the statue of Divers wielding a sword on a horse was obviously bigger than the statue of Poseidon, and its position was also higher. It gave the audience a feeling that the descendant of Hades was more powerful than Poseidon, one of the three main gods. It gave the audience a feeling that the descendants of Hades were more powerful than Poseidon. Mother, did you see that? Eunice actually hit me. Antres immediately complained to Christoia. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your children? Christoia scolded jokingly. Father, Mother, and everyone. It's almost noon. You must be hungry. Drink some water and eat something. Axicus smiled as he walked into the royal stand, followed by 4 slaves, each holding a silver plate filled with sumptuous food. I say, Axicus, Ribazot is in charge of preparing lunch. You don't have to be so busy. Quickly sit down and watch the competition as a family, Christoia advised kindly. Axicus smiled and said, I can't stay idle, so I'll help Ribazot. Sit down. Agnes looked at him impatiently. Axicus hurriedly nodded and sat down. He was always a little nervous in front of this mother-in-law of few words. When he sat down, he immediately picked up a jar of water and handed it over. Avia, this is for you. Avia took it with a smile. Everyone, pay attention. There's only half a lap left. Antres's shout drew the attention of the royal family back to the race. After the last turn, the Egyptian racer was still in the lead, followed by Procris. The 2 racers had pulled away from the rest. The 500-meter straight was in front, and the staff had already pulled up the red cloth at the finish line. The winner of this round would definitely be one of them. Procris was anxious. He looked at the Egyptian racer in the inner circle. His own racer was still a horse's head behind. The Egyptian racer was too stable. He had been in first place since the first lap and had never been overtaken. However, Procris was unwilling to admit defeat. There was only half a lap left. If he didn't fight now, when would he? He raised his whip and hit the mare in the middle with a moderate amount of force. At the same time, he shouted, Ephila! Ephila! Run! Run for your life! Run! Run! As if she understood Procris's words, the beautiful mare shook her slender neck and let out a crisp and melodious neigh. Her tired fore-hoofs moved even faster, and the already decaying speed suddenly increased again. The stallions also sped up at the same time and whinnied, all wanting to show off their strength in front of their beloved girl. Under their hard work, Procris's racer not only caught up with the Egyptian racer in an instant, but also slightly surpassed it. Seeing this, the Egyptian racer also did his best to speed up his racer. The two racers ran side by side on the wide track, galloping at high speed. The enthusiasm of the audience had also reached its peak. Almost all of them stood up and danced. The eruption of cheers was louder and louder. This enthusiastic atmosphere not only injected great strength into the racers, but also into the horses. The horses' fore hooves were in the air, and the originally soft mane and ponytail were actually floating straight in the air. The sweat on their bodies scattered around as their muscles contracted and relaxed. So beautiful! It's so beautiful! Erex once again reveled in front of the railing. The distance of 500 meters was just a short moment for a racer running at full speed. It was too fast. When the two race cars crossed the finish line, many spectators could not even tell who was the winner. It was not until the race staff handed the flag of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia to Procris, who draped it over his shoulders and drove his carriage around the track slowly, that the spectators applauded with all their might. How could they not be excited? Because the winner was the Turii racer, a true member of their own team. Procris waved at the spectators around him and smiled happily. Even though the race was not over, and he would still be participating in the next few days, and he might not even be able to win the championship, at this moment, he was completely enjoying the glory that belonged to him alone. July 15th, the last day of the Dionia Games. According to the latest medal table released by the preparatory team, Athens ranked first, Arcadia Union led by Mandinia tied with Elise in second place, and Turii of the Kingdom of Dionia tied with Piotia Union led by Thebes in third place. According to the rules of the Dionia Games, the champion of each event in the final would get 3 points, the second would get 2 points, and the third would get 1 point. The difference between the points of the top three in the medal table was only 1 or 2 points, which showed how fierce the competition was. The fact that Athens ranked first was within the expectations of many spectators. After all, it had a long sports culture, enough population, and abundant financial resources to cultivate excellent sports talent. In previous games, there had never been a lack of champions from Athens. It was a veritable sports powerhouse. It was not surprising that Athens performed so well in the traditional events of the Dionia Games. However, the performance of Sparta, another Greek powerhouse in sports, was disappointing. They had only scored a pitiful 2 points so far, and they did not even get a place in the event that they used to excel in, the heavy armor race. Of course, this was understandable. Ever since Dionia conquered Sparta and established a new government, the new Sparta government had long discarded the government that the original Sparta people were proud of, and implemented by Lecugos reforms for hundreds of years. Naturally, the military tradition of survival of the fittest, which the Sparta citizens adhered to for a long time, was naturally abolished. The former Sparta warriors were either farming in the fields or learning how to sail ships and do business at the port. Their physical strength and skills had been neglected, and they could not compete with the strong ones at all. Naturally, the contestants from the Kingdom of Dionia had replaced Sparta and monopolized the heavy armor race. Not only in the heavy armor race, these Dionia contestants also included the top 8 in the 5 newly established military events. They also showed their strong advantages in archery, javelin throwing, horse riding, car racing, and rowing races, which attracted the attention of the ambassadors from friendly city-states and forces. Because these events were closely related to the military, one could see the strength of the military forces of Dionia. Now there was only one event left in the Dionia Games, the marathon. There was a lot of controversy when the preparation team for the games set the marathon route. Chapter 1276. Some people suggested that the race should start near the Turii barracks and go to the hot spring swamp. This would be of great significance. The Great Swamp War was the founding battle of Dionia, and it would give full play to the abilities of the Turii runners. The Turii runners who participated in the marathon were all young soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions. They trained near the Turii barracks all year round and were fully adapted to the terrain there. Others suggested that the race should start near the port of Turii and go all the way to the inner city of Turii. This was also of great significance. The Devers led the mercenaries to land in the port of Turii and finally established the kingdom of Dionia in the inner city of Turii, and it was also good for the final award ceremony. Others suggested that the starting point of the long-distance race should be near the port of Turii and the finishing point at the foot of Mount Amandalera. This was also of great significance. After all, the king of Devers led his army to land in Greece from the port of Turii and first established a foothold in Mount Amandalera. This route was also good for the performance of all the runners. After repeated consideration, Clodocatax led the preparation team and finally adopted the third suggestion. The main reason was that this route was flat and open, and it could help all the runners finish the race smoothly. After all, it was the first time the marathon was held. If the race was too difficult, many runners would not be able to complete it, and it would not be good for the promotion of the marathon in the future. Since the start of the games, the marathon had always been very popular among the people of Dionia and foreign tourists. Like the boat race, it was impossible to charge tickets due to the wide range of the race. Therefore, on the day of the race, the people of Turii and its vicinity, including tourists, rushed to both sides of the track, surrounding the port of Turii and the foot of Mount Amandalera. In order to prevent interference in the race, Clodocatax even mobilized the army to maintain the order of the race. The crowd was loud, and so was the lineup of the runners. 2 years ago, after the preparation team of the Dionia Games announced the establishment of the marathon, there was a saying that gradually spread in the Greek world: athletes who can complete the marathon are real athletes. Under the influence of such public opinion, more than 200 contestants signed up for this event. There were no qualifiers, no semifinals, just a single match to determine the winner. After the loud whistle for the start of the race, the contestants rushed onto the track like a swarm of bees and slowly ran towards the finish line amidst the cheers of the audience. At the end of the long-distance race, there was also a sea of people. After careful consideration, the organizing team of the sports meet had set up a VIP seat on a small hill nearby, where they could overlook the last part of the race. Now, the representatives of the various regions and city-states of the kingdom were sitting in the VIP seats one after another. Pelopidas found his seat and found that the envoy from Athens was sitting right next to him. He immediately smiled and said, "General Callistratus, congratulations. Congratulations to Athens for taking the lead in the Dionia Games. It's only temporary." Callistratus waved his hand modestly. "The games haven't ended yet, so it's hard to say. Besides, we all know that the so-called first and second place don't mean much. The sum of the points obtained by each region of Dionia far exceeds the sum of all the city-states. Dionia is just comparing its regions with our city-states as a whole. So what? Since Dionia chose to use this method to compare the strength of the sports competition of each city-state, we have to admit our loss," Pelopidas said confidently. "What's more, the Turii region of Dionia surpasses our city-states in terms of population, land area, and prosperity. Therefore, winning is a reflection of strength." "What you said makes sense." Callistratus' response seemed a little perfunctory, but in fact, that was what he was thinking. Currently, Athens was far behind Turii in terms of military strength, population, land area, and trade level. However, at least Athens still had the advantage in sports competition. "Listening to you two, it sounds like the first place is already in the bag." But let me tell you, our Arcadia is only 2 points behind Athens. Maybe when the marathon is over, Arcadia will be able to overtake us because we have several long-distance runners. Lycomedes suddenly interrupted. The preparatory team had arranged for the top few envoys of the city-states to sit together. It was really thoughtful of them. When it comes to long-distance runners, we, the Piotia Alliance, also have several. Among them, Pantacris has even won the championship in the 3,000-meter long-distance race. This time, he has also signed up for the marathon. The final champion will definitely be him, Peropidas said proudly. Just now, he had congratulated Callistratus, but now he had a smug look on his face, as if he was going to seize the first place on the medal table. How can a 3,000-meter race be compared to a marathon? That's a super long distance of nearly 10 miles. Callistratus, who had been modest just now, was not to be outdone. He said, "The reason why the Dionia Games has this event is because of the glorious battle in Athens. The marathon. We have more than 15 runners who have signed up for the competition. For more than a year, they have been training tirelessly every day, just to bring the glory that should have belonged to Athens back to Athens." "You're thinking too much, Callistratus," Lycomedes sneered. Although the long-distance marathon was indeed started because of the Athens Games, can the current runners in Athens get a good ranking in this competition? I wasn't optimistic about it. Running a marathon required not only a lot of stamina, but also a strong will to run such a long distance. Would the Athenians, who were used to enjoying themselves, be able to endure this kind of hardship? I think it's very difficult. On the other hand, we, the Arcadia people, who trudge between the mountains every day, are more able to endure hardships. The most able to endure hardships are the farmers. You mean that as long as we send a farmer, we can win this event? Epaminondas watched from the side as these three, who could be said to be the most powerful people in the Greek city-states, argued about whether their city-states could win the final standings of the games. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Thinking back to the opening ceremony of the games, all of them were relaxed, full of curiosity, and had the mentality of watching a joke. Now they were completely immersed in it. Not only them, looking at the envoys of the other city-states around them, it was the same. Although it was the first time that the Dionia people hosted the games, it should be a great success, just like everything else they do. Epaminondas thought to himself. He said, "You guys don't have to argue anymore. I think the champion of this marathon is likely to be won by the athletes of Dionia." Why? Pelopidas knew that his best friend usually did not like to talk, but every time he spoke, he would always have something to say. Epaminondas said seriously, "Based on my understanding of the Dionysian army, the Holy Kingdom of Dioria conducts long-term military training for its citizens year after year, and one of the most important training programs is the armed long-distance running. Almost every 7 days, they have to run a distance of more than 5 miles. Therefore, the Dionysian army's marching speed is very fast in the war, and they can fight continuously. This characteristic has been reflected in many battles where the Dionysian army participated." Callistratus, Pelopidas, and Lycomedes looked at each other and suddenly stopped talking. Although what Epaminondas said was reasonable, Callistratus and the others still hoped that they would get lucky. After more than an hour of waiting, the contestants finally appeared in their field of vision. However, no matter how hard they stared and focused, they did not find any familiar figures among the contestants running at the front. Instead, the spectators on both sides of the track cheered thunderously, and some even shouted the names of the contestants in unison. Callistratus and the others were frustrated because the vast majority of the Dionia spectators would do such a thing. The contestants running at the front could only be from Dionia or even Turin. Their inference was not wrong. The contestants running at the front were all from the Turin region, and the contestant in the lead was named Arsenes. After running for a long time, not only did he not feel tired, but he was also getting more and more excited. Compared to the immature boy he was 5 years ago, Arsenes was now the main force of the First Legion, and at the beginning of the year, he was promoted to a platoon leader and married the daughter of an elder in the army. This year was a joyous year for him. 2 days later, it would be the anniversary of his biological father's death. He decided to win the marathon, and then offer this glory to his biological father's grave, to pay tribute to the father who died in battle before he was born. He had grown into a man of indomitable spirit, and he could rest assured in Elysium. The weather today was unusually cool. The sea breeze mixed with humidity blew on his face. Listening to the spectators shouting his name, which was the same as his biological father's, his steps became bigger and faster. The first 3 places in the marathon were won by the contestants from Dionia, and all 3 contestants were from the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia. As a result, the total points of the Dionia-Turin region surpassed that of Athens in one fell swoop, and they won first place in the standings. This disappointed Callistratus and the others, but also made the envoys of the other city-states breathe a sigh of relief. After all, under the influence of Dionia's powerful national strength over the past few years, it was normal for them to have such thoughts. It was natural for Dionia to win first place in the games, so why should Athens overtake them? Chapter 1277. In the marathon, almost half of the runners failed to finish the race. There were even many runners who fainted in the middle of the race and were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. This made the audience sigh. That night, a celebratory banquet was held in the palace of Dionia. It was the final arrangement for the games. It also followed the tradition of the various games in Greece. However, Dionia made it extraordinarily grand. Not only did they invite the champions of all the events, but they also invited all the important ambassadors of the friendly city-states who participated in the games. The king of Devers personally hosted the banquet. The atmosphere was very warm. At the banquet, he clinked glasses with Callistratus, Iphicrates, Epaminondas, Agesilaus, and others. Now, he, who was high above and had the power of the entire Greek world, treated these historical figures like he treated other people. He was not too curious about them, and he did not talk too much with them to avoid misunderstandings from the ambassadors of the other city-states. This made Agesilaus' idea of making some requests to the king of Devers, whom he had finally met with, fall through. At the end of the banquet, the Devers announced 2 things. First, in view of the success of the games, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia would hold a games in the summer every 4 years. They would try their best to make it the grandest celebration in the entire Mediterranean world. Second, the Greek Parliament would hold an important enlarged meeting the next day. Not only were the ambassadors of the Greek city-states who participated in the games invited to participate, but the ambassadors of other allied states were also invited to participate. There were important matters to discuss. Important matters? The ambassadors returned to the hotel where they stayed with all kinds of speculations. Some of them did not even sleep well the whole night. On the second day, the Greek Union Conference, the Devers also attended and hosted the meeting. In front of the messengers and counselors from various cities, he solemnly proposed to declare war on Persia and form an allied army to attack Asia Minor. Everyone was shocked. As a matter of fact, the king of Devers was not the first person to make such a suggestion in front of the messengers of the Greek city-states. 10 years ago, the orator of Athens, Isocrates, declared many times in the Greek games and other public occasions, the Greek city-states should stop all conflicts and internal friction, unite and defend against the threat of Dionia in the west while bravely launch an attack on their archenemy Persia in the east. They should completely annihilate the main culprit of the civil strife in Greece and obtain enough land for the Greeks to support more people. Although Isocrates' speech was scoffed at by the higher-ups of the Greek city-states, it had a certain impact on the Greek people. After the Greek War, this advocate was expelled by the citizens with potsherds a few years ago and went into exile in Asia Minor because there were rumors in the city of Athens that, without Isocrates' incitement, Athens would not have joined the anti-Dionia alliance, which led to the current predicament. Now, after the king of Devers made this suggestion, he immediately announced that regardless of whether the Greek conference agreed or not, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia would send more than 100,000 troops to attack Persia. This shocked the messengers greatly. At the same time, the Devers also proposed that as long as the Allied states sent their troops to form an Allied army, Dionia would equally share the spoils of war with the Allied states after each victory. After defeating Persia, according to the contributions of the Allied states in the entire war, a part of the conquered Persia territory would be divided as the overseas territories of the Allied states in Asia Minor. As everyone knew, Persia was a rich kingdom, and the king of Persia was the wealthiest in the world. For the Greek city-states, which were small, poor, and financially strapped, it was of course a good thing to earn wealth from Persia and nourish themselves. For Athens, Thebes, and other powerful Greek states, Dionia's control of the Greek Union had left them with no room to expand their power. If they could defeat Persia and obtain the territories of Asia Minor, it would give them another way to develop their national power. Therefore, most of the allied states of Dionia were moved by the Devers' proposal. Moreover, Dionia had some unwavering supporters in the Greek parliament, such as Messenia, Arcadia, and Zakynthos. Therefore, the resolution of declaring war on Persia was finally passed. The next step was to discuss the formation of the Greek coalition army and formulate a plan to attack Persia. A few days later, the news of Dionia declaring war on Persia spread throughout the kingdom. The enthusiasm of the people, which had not completely faded because of the successful sports held by the kingdom, was reignited. While the people were discussing this major event in the streets and alleys of various cities and towns, the Devers summoned Leotychides to the office of the palace. "Did you watch the sports meet? Because many of the games were held at the same time, I only watched a part of them. What do you think?" Although the Greek city-states have achieved some good results in traditional sports, almost all the first, second, and third place in the games closely related to the military were won by the athletes of our kingdom. This shows that the military quality of the citizens of Dionia is far better than that of other allied states. You. The Devers could not help but laugh. "You always talk about the military. Your Majesty, you didn't ask me to come here just to chat with me, did you?" Leotychides asked calmly. "I can hear the resentment in your words. Are you still dissatisfied with the fact that I transferred you from the 1st Legion to the tourist barracks to serve as the chief instructor of the Reserve Legion commanders?" The Devers said half jokingly and half seriously. Leotychides remained silent. 2 years ago, the Devers issued a new instruction to the Ministry of Military Affairs. The position of commander would be established above the Legion commander. As the highest rank among the frontline officers, the Legion commander who had commanded multiple legions or allied forces and won many victories could be promoted to this position after passing the examination of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Not only was it a great promotion in terms of salary and position for the military officers of the Kingdom of Dionia, but it also gave them the honor of entering the Senate without being elected. In times of war, the kingdom could directly appoint these commanders as the commander-in-chief of the army. This was a great incentive for all the military officers of the Kingdom of Dionia. However, the Devers knew that transferring those generals with outstanding military achievements and high prestige away from the army during times of peace would definitely displease those generals like Leotychides who did not care much about their positions and devoted themselves to the army. However, in order to maintain the stability of the royal family and the kingdom in the future, the Devers must try his best to perfect the system of the Kingdom of Dionia's army while he was still on the throne. This would reduce the burden on Clodocatax and his descendants. Of course, the Devers would not reveal his secret thoughts at this time. He just coughed a few times and said in a gentle tone, "Have you heard the news that the Kingdom of Dionia has officially declared war on Persia?" "I already know. I'm afraid it has something to do with this, Your Majesty," said Leotychides calmly. The Devers said slowly, after discussing with the Ministry of Military Affairs, I think you are the best candidate to be the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces that is about to be formed. What do you think? The wooden expression on Leotychides's face suddenly changed. He immediately said, Your Majesty, I'm willing to take on this responsibility. The Devers smiled. He picked up a booklet on the table and said, If that's the case, the candidate for the commander-in-chief of the Greek Allied forces will be you. These are some of the preliminary matters that have been decided during the Greek alliance meeting. Take a look first. Leotychides immediately took the booklet and carefully flipped through it. Suddenly, his expression changed. He asked, Your Majesty, why is there a separate line behind the line that Sparta will send 3,500 soldiers and 40 tons of wheat? Agesilaus will send 500 soldiers to Sparta? The Devers looked at him and said meaningfully, That was added after Agesilaus talked to me alone. Agesilaus will personally lead all the Sparta soldiers in the land of Lagania to participate in this military operation. He hopes that after defeating Persia, the kingdom will give the real Sparta a good territory in the western part of Asia Minor. Agesilaus wants all the people of Sparta to move out of Lagania and colonize Asia Minor? The usually calm Leotychides showed a hint of surprise. Yes. The Devers nodded and said softly, After the new government was formed in Lagania, the political situation was relatively stable at first. However, when the original Helos gradually got used to their new citizenship and eliminated their fear of Sparta, their hatred for Sparta also increased day by day. Sigh, this is also where I didn't think it through. After all, after so many years of persecution by Sparta, countless Helos died in their hands. This kind of hatred cannot be easily erased. Although the Helos do not dare to openly clash with Sparta due to the kingdom's rules, they can still suppress Sparta through the citizens' assembly or other political means. After all, more than half of their citizens are in Lagania, and the Piraeasi also have a grudge against Sparta. So, for the past year or so, Sparta's life has not been good. Colonizing Asia Minor may be a better choice for them. In the past few years, Leotychides had deliberately blocked the news from Sparta, so he did not know that the people of Sparta were living in poverty. After listening to the Devers, he could not help but feel a little guilty, but at the same time, he was also very disappointed. After all, Lagania was the homeland of Sparta for hundreds of years. After a while, he refocused his attention on the name list and raised his question. The Spartan warriors are very strong, and I have no objections if they want to go out alone. But why did they let Agesilaus lead the troops? He is almost 80 years old, can he fight?